Dr. Ranjit Rath is the Chairman cum Managing Director of Mineral Exploration Corporation Limited MECL and President of IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation Nagpur chapter. He is the recipient of the prestigious National Geosciences Award from Honorable President of India. He holds additional charges as MD BGML and CEO Kabil, and he is also served formally as DG GSI. Is the Chairman cum Managing Director of Mineral Exploration Corporation Limited MECL and President of IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation Nagpur chapter. He is the recipient of the prestigious National Geosciences Award from Honorable President of India. He holds additional charges. A practicing geoscientist, Dr. Ranjit Rath is an alumnus of IIT Bombay, IIT Kharagpur, Utkal University Bhubaneswar, and IIFT New Delhi. With this small introduction, I request him to have a welcome address for all of us.
Good afternoon to all. Professor Tiwari, Director IIT Kharagpur, Professor Maitri, Director IIM Nagpur, Professor Padole, Director VNIT, my dear friend and our favorite President of the Foundation, Mr. Varadu Sesamani, my friend Professor Umesh Deshpande, Secretary of the chapter, my colleagues from IIT Kharagpur, Alumni Foundation Nagpur chapter, invited guests for the EC meeting, and our foundation members, revered senior representatives from the industry, academia, my friends from IIM Nagpur faculties. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an extremely privileged and honored moment for all of us. In the month of February, when we first planned, actually IIT Kharagpur Nagpur chapter has been pretty active. So in the month of February, when we did a technical program called Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence, its application in mining and mineral sector, we had the august presence of the President of the Foundation. That was late February. So that is the time when we discussed that the chapter would be very honored to host the Executive Council meeting of the Foundation and to club it up with a subject which is very close to our heart. So that is how this entire construct was developed, and we were very glad to have you all amongst us. We will extend a warm welcome to the Director of IIT Kharagpur, who agreed instantly, receiving our request. And you will all listen to him and his engagement so far with the illustrious career that he has got during the panel discussion. When we reached out to Professor Padole, he said this is something which is happening in Nagpur, and there is a CO short case for increasing the engagement level. And concurrently, I must tell the August House that we also reached out to the industry bodies in and around Vidarbha region. And believe me, we got excellent response, and that's why you all are here. And mind you, this is an invitation-only program. This is an invitation-only program because this is how we designed it. Now, providing welcome to Professor Maitri would be much leisure, because the program gets enhanced with its venue. So it was actually, we kept traveling between Delhi and Nagpur regularly. So in Delhi airport for half an hour, we were waiting for the aircraft, and that is where I broached the topic. No pause. Immediately, I got an yes from him. He said the entire facility is here. It's a brand new convention center, brand new executive guest house. So we'll be more than happy to host the foundation members, the chapter members, and both the directors. That's how we are. Now, icing on the cake, I must not forget and mention here, when we reached out to Honorable Minister of Education and Skill Development, believe me, I got a WhatsApp message in 5 minutes time. He said, yes, I will also address you because this is something which is close to my heart. So we have got a charged up team which has worked behind the scene along with Professor Atul Pathak from IIM Nagpur and my team here. All of you are warmly welcomed by all of us. Looking forward to a very nice engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Shri Vardarajan Sheshamani is the president of the IIT KGP Alumni Foundation in India. He received his BTech in Mechanical Engineering in 1969 from IIT Kharagpur. He has 45 plus years of experience in the field of project design, engineering, and execution. His areas of interest include mechanical engineering, electronics, biotechnology, horticulture, office and factory complexes, and aquaculture. He is currently director at ISA Simplex Private Limited, Bengaluru. I request him to kindly set the context of today's program.
Good afternoon, friends. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And it's a torture to be facing such illustrious people from the industry. And I hope that the few remarks that I make will give you the background of what we wanted to do. And I'm really, really happy at the array of top people whom we wanted. We never had to make a second choice. Every single one of them is what we discussed, Ranjit and me. And we have been able to create this whole event entirely through the efforts of Nagpur chapter and by telephonic discussions entirely. We didn't have to meet even once in the last 3 months. And it's a pleasure for me to be part of this. So my input at this stage would be to try and set a context to why did we choose this topic instead of choosing something else in mining or something in mechanical engineering or something about exports. Thing is that we have many of us in the foundation and many of us alumni who are working throughout the country, either in their own businesses or in senior positions or any position in any industry or any business, have been observing over many, many years that a lot of the graduates of many institutions, top-level institutions, middle-level institutions, they come out into industry, into the wide world, and they settle into their silos. There are people who go into industry and remain there. There are people who go into academia and remain there. There are very few bridges between the two. Those bridges that are there are very good. For example, I observed when I came and interacted with the professionals here in the mining sector, I found that the interaction or the connect between the academy and industry was very, very strong, very detailed. And industry people also knew a lot of the theory aspects of academia. And those who came from academia also knew a lot about the mining sector. Now, this gave the idea that there is a well-developed networking between the two sectors, and they are not in two silos, as compared to other general engineering groups like mechanical engineering, electronics, and so on, because ultimately everything settles into some specialist area or some specialist item. My own example is that once I went into industry, I have been essentially working on my own. I have hardly interacted with institutions to find out what to do about some technical problem or some industrial problem. But I felt that there were many, many occasions when industry could learn a lot from academia, and academia could learn a lot from industry correspondingly. So this idea was mooted at the time when we met in February, and it was so taken up by the alumni that we actually planned this seminar. And you could say that the EC meeting and this, initially it was an EC meeting around which we wanted a program. Now it has become a program which has got an EC meeting attached. Now we finished the EC meeting, and now we would like to explore what are the ways in which you can seamlessly integrate the connect between industry and academia and that people don't get into silos when they come out of the institutions. This point will be very well appreciated if by those people who have traveled extensively and interacted with industry in Central Europe, for example, Switzerland, Germany, and Scandinavia, and also parts of North America and Japan. In all these places, there's a seamless connect between those who left a teaching institution and went into industry, and they continuously have connect with their alma mater, and they learn a lot continuously. They interact a lot. They bring problems to the institution to solve. And this kind of atmosphere we really don't have in this country. Small scale industrialists particularly, they learn from their friends or they learn from a foreign company. But do they learn from their own institutions? My guess is not so much. I've been in industry now for 55 years, I think, approximately. And I have not really seen many examples of that. And it is my view that we should all find ways in which this atmosphere of connect is increased and substantially expanded, because I think that will be very good for industry. It will be very good to keep up the logical thinking of those who are practicing in industry, and it will give a much better practical atmosphere to those who are in academia to understand what are the things that actually happen in industry. So this is I think enough for me to set a context. We've got many experts, actually not so many experts. We've got many levels of expertise, people of high thinking who can debate this during this panel discussion. And I urge you to not only listen to it in depth, but also try to participate in the question answer session. And I'm depending on that session to see what is the extent of interest that is generated among all of you, because that I think is as important as having all the experts talk about it. So with that, I thank you for this opportunity, and I leave it to you all to participate in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Varadu sir. Dr. Pramod Padole, our guest of honor, is the director of Vishveshwaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur, since 2018, and he is also an alumnus of VNIT and VJTI Mumbai. He has worked as the Dean Faculty Welfare, has received Academician Par Excellence Award from the Institute of Engineers for his lifetime contribution to the areas of product development, product and technology transfer. He has also received the Best S&T Innovation Award from Government of India for KVIC sponsored project, and he has developed 10 intervention technologies for creating self-sustainability and economic development of the rural sector. I now request him to deliver his address.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to all of you. Guest of honor for today's function, Professor V.K. Tiwari, Director, IIT Kharagpur, Professor Maitri, Director, IIM Nagpur, Sri Vardu Sheshamani, President of IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, Ranjit Rath, the President of Nagpur Chapter of IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, and my friend Umesh Deshpande, who is Secretary of this Nagpur Chapter, all the office bearers of Veda and other industry personnel, the faculties from IIM and other institutions. In fact, it's my pleasure to be here to be part of this, a sort of a workshop on industry academia collaboration, and I'm representing VNIT. Let me just talk about, in brief, about the journey of VNIT. VNIT was earlier regional engineering colleges established in 1960, and that time the main thrust was mainly on teaching and learning. And then later on in 2002, we all become NITs, National Institute of Technologies, and in 2007, they are declared as the institution of national importance. And then we become more autonomous. And then thereafter, and particularly in last 6-7 years, our thrust is now changing from just as a teaching learning institute to the institutes where we are giving thrust on R&D activities, consultancies, pre-incubation, incubation, startups, and other kind of things, and strengthening basically the ties with the industries. And we have been working very hard and aggressively on that particular path. I'm happy that in last 5 6 years we have gone much more steps ahead in that direction. As far as R&D is concerned, as on today, the VNIT is having more than 115 R&D projects which are worth 50 crores of rupees. These are sponsored by different organizations, and as a result of that, in the last 1 or 2 years, our publications in journals they have also increased manifold. And in last academic year, we have applied for more than 125 patents, and more than 25 patents have been granted. So these kind of achievements are there in that direction. And as far as the industry institute interaction strengthening is concerned, last year, in fact, we have signed an MOU with Siemens Industries, and I'm happy to share with you that our Siemens Center of Excellence, costing about 180 crores, that has been developed, which has got about 12 labs, 6 hardware and 6 software lab, wherein right from the concept design to the actual manufacturing of prototype, everything is possible. And we have been using it very extensively, not only for our students, but also for the students from other organizations and also for the industry personnel. More than 400 students have been given a sort of a training over there. And recently we are working with Tata Advanced Systems, that is earlier TAL, and the few personnel from them, they have been now taking training for about 6 weeks over there. Similarly, we have got a stick, that is Space Technology Incubation Center at VNIT, that is for the western part of India, which covers Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Goa, and other part. There also, our students and faculty members are working on various projects which are related to the space technology. And I'm happy that about 5 to 6 projects have been sanctioned, and every year we shall be getting a grant of about 2 crores for doing it. And the main motto and the purpose of that is to involve the faculty members and students in those activities, and also ensure that when we are making a sort of prototype, the local industries that should be encouraged, and that is what we are doing. And as was told by her, that we have been working with KVIC, Khadi Village Industry Commission, almost from last 10-15 years. And the main purpose of that is to develop the technologies for the rural and agriculture sector. The purpose of this was the VNIT was identified as a technical interface for Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, and that region. And we have to identify the problems of this region and come out with the solution. I'm happy that we have come out with the 10 technologies, which are basically to improve the productivity, quality of the process, and also to reduce the drudgery and the fatigue of a worker. And 10 such technologies have been disseminated at different parts of countries through KVIC. And for that, we of course got the award from the Government of India, wherein all the IITs, even IIT Kharagpur was there, and I remember Dr. Chattopadhyay from the Department of Architecture, I suppose he was involved in those activities, and all of course other IITs. And then we are also working with MSME sectors, and VNIT has been identified as a hub. There is a hub and spoke sort of model, and VNIT and other NITs, they are working for the various problems. Depending upon the types of the problems, the NITs are identified and they have been given to find out the solutions for various problems. We have also have got recently a MOU with Dassault Aviations, and they have got here DRL unit at Nagpur. And so our MTech and PhD students, they will be having opportunity to do their one semester at, say, France, the universities. So that is how we have been collaborating with this. And not only these industries, but we are also working with the medical professions. And I'm happy that from last semester, we have started a PG program in biomedical engineering. And we have got a biomedical engineering forum. Incidentally, I am the president of that. And from last 15 years, we have been working on various projects related to biomedical engineering. And most of the doctors, about 50 odd doctors, are member of that forum. And we are working on various problems. So this is how VNIT is trying to have more and more collaborations with the industries and also a sort of a multidisciplinary approach. And I'm happy that in this context, our major role is played by our alumni association. Shashi Chaudhary and Uday Kamath, they are sitting over here. And as far as the industries are concerned, they are running the entrepreneurship development program, 2 programs at VNIT, and the whole course and everything is designed by the alumni, and they are taking care of that right from teaching and all those things. They are also helping VNIT for the industry internships and getting training and placements and other kind of things. And not only that, but I'm happy that in last 2.5 years, they have sponsored the various projects costing about 8 crores, infrastructural projects to VNIT. To please give big hand for the alumni association. So these are the things that we are doing, and I'm happy that the IIT Kharagpur is having their chapter here in Nagpur and is very active, because many times I saw many news in this local newspapers, Hitwaz, that talks about IIT Kharagpur is doing this and that. So I was wondering how that the news of IIT Kharagpur are appearing in this newspaper. Then I got to know that Umesh is sitting over here and he is responsible for that. So I thank Umesh for inviting me over here and having a sort of interaction with all the industry personnel and the IIT director and I am director. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for giving us an insight into VNIT. Our guest of honor, Dr. Bhimraya Maitri, is the director of the Indian Institute of Management, Nagpur. A PhD from IIT Bombay. He is also an alumnus of the Government College of Engineering, Karad, and Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Dr. Maitri has also served as the director of IIM Trichy. He also serves as chairperson of various national institutions, such as the All India Board of Management Studies, AICT, New Delhi, AIMA Board of Studies, New Delhi, and HR and Innovation Committee, Bureau of Indian Standards, New Delhi. He is also a member of the prestigious Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO, INCCU. Dr. Maitri was the first Indian elected as the Vice President, Asia Pacific Division, Decision Science Institute, DSI. With this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Maitri to deliver his address.
Okay, sorry. Very good afternoon. Respected Director, Professor Tiwari, IIT Kharagpur, Professor Padole, Director, VNIT, the President, IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, India, Sri Seshamani ji, the President, IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, Nagpur Chapter, President Dr. Ranjit Rath, also the dynamic, the CMD of MECL, Sri Deshpande ji, Secretary, Nagpur Chapter Foundation, all the distinguished alumni of IIT Kharagpur, my colleagues,
from IIM Nagpur and faculty members and directors from other institutions in Nagpur, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I take this opportunity to thank the Nagpur chapter IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation organizing this event, and that too on very important subject, that is industry academia collaboration, impediments and imperatives. And I'm sure this particular topic, along with the EC, as President rightly said, this particular workshop is happening, and Honorable Minister of Education, Sri Dharmendra Pradhanji, is going to address as a chief guest. So it is one of the rarest of rare, I must say, because IIT Kharagpur has set an example in the country, being a first IIT in the country, 70 years back. And all of you know that first is always remembered. Rest all, different point of time, people may or may not, but first is always in the mind and it will be remembered, and that is IIT Kharagpur. And I must say that each one of you are lucky alumni of this great National Institute and Institute of Eminence. Since I am the mentor of the Institute of Eminence, I am very proudly say that at Kharagpur set many examples, not only as a first, but also medical, entering into medical area, entering into law, all the new branches. Probably if you look at that, then everybody look towards IIT Kharagpur. So thanks to the director under the dynamic leadership of Professor Tiwari ji, I am sure year after year IIT Kharagpur will set an example and probably others may follow it. And this industry academia collaboration topic, I think this is a great topic, and each one of you, as a alumnus of this great institution, and all of you know that great institutions are built by great alumni. And that is how this Nagpur chapter has taken a lead to conduct this workshop, inviting the leadership of IIT Kharagpur over here. So now, if you look at the industry and academia, last 70 years, India has done a lot in education sector, and very recently, new education policy, National Education Policy 2020 brought a total transformation in the report, and I am sure a transformation is also going to take place in reality in coming 13 to 15 years. And if you look at the today, the world from solid before 1990, it is becoming liquid, and today we are in the fluid world. The contexts are changing very often. A speed of change has taken over the size of organization. So in this kind of environment, the industry academia collaboration is going to play a very, very significant role. Because the skilling, reskilling, upskilling, learning, unlearning, new learning are going to be the phenomena, and lifelong learning is the only way, and perpetual learners are going to lead the world. And that is where academia and industry plays a very, very significant role. And today, if you look at what are the impediments, so I listed three most important one. Today, there is a silo between industry and academia. So what we think it is the best we do as an academia, and what industry think, these are all the theorists, and practically it doesn't happen what you say. So this is how we are comfortable in our own silos. And all of you know that comfort zone has never given the result. All the best of the best result in this world we got from moving from comfort zone to discomfort zone. Results only we get in discomfort zone. And that is where there is now time has come, we have to break the silo and come together, work together, and move together to the next orbit. And that is what need of an hour. Second, if you look at the theory and practice, all of you know that theory precedes the practice. And many times, when I interact with industry people in All India Management Association, I am the, chairman of the board of studies and also board member. So people say, no, professor, this is the, it is theory, it doesn't work. We have seen last 30 years. But, theory and practice comes from theory. So theory precedes the practice and you cannot separate. Both are required, both are essential. And I was just looking at the figures of R&D when Professor Podole was telling, and in VNIT, they have done a tremendous job getting the Siemens lab and a lot of research activities are going on. And he's positioning VNIT as one of the leading as far as research is concerned. But if you look at India as a whole, 2019 figures, in terms of GDP, US is spending 6.2. And if you look at China, it is 6.1. And look at India, it is 0.6. So this clearly tells that China today, or Shanghai, we call it as a manufacturing capital of the world. But before 1980, Bombay was bigger than Shanghai as a financial capital. But today, Shanghai or China became manufacturing hub because they went into R&D. They spent huge money in R&D. And maybe 20 years back, China was not that good in R&D. So that is why R&D is the one key. India want to position at global level, take the leadership of globe, then industry, academia, there is no alternative to coming together, working together, and products will be coming from India and going to rest of the world. So Make in India, we came out with the slogan and we also did reasonably good. But sometimes what happened in telecom, Chinese took the advantage and they started set up the factories in India, and now they are collecting data from India through mobile and all. So that is where it is important our own product should come out and R&D, and for that coming together both academic industry is very, very important, and that is need of an hour. I think that is where the imperativeness comes into picture. And if you look at what industry wants and what academia or higher education institution teaches, there is a gap. What we equip and what industry wants. The gap should be taken out. There should be alignment. And it is only possible when we come together, when we understand the expectations of the industry. But till today, it was reasonably okay what industry wants, take the requirement, design, revise the curriculum and give. But today, time has come in this fluid world. Industry doesn't know what it wants. Today, academic institutions have to prepare such a change masters. They should lead the unknown roles in unborn companies. Because we don't know 3 years down the line what product, what company is going to come, and our students have to be ready to lead those unknown roles in unborn companies. And that is what need of an hour. So it is not only taking the requirement of the industry, we need to understand what is the trend in the industry, in what direction we are going. 3 years down the line, which products are going to disappear, which new products are going to come, and how to prepare our students today so that they can take up those roles. And that is where in national education policy, we have come out with the component called sociology, liberal art. All professional, they have to teach this course so that a philosophy plays an important role and fearlessly people can enter into such unknown roles and unborn companies. It is not in professional, we teach how to do that activity in mechanical, civil engineering, but the philosophy, the mindset, the confidence, the tenacity, the confidence, all those things comes out of the philosophy. And that is where the humanities, arts, and social science is going to play important role in professional courses. So that is where I think these are some of the imperatives. And I once again, I won't take much time. Once again, I thank Dr. Ranjit Rath. Under his leadership, I think I always, whenever I meet, I gain energy from him. such a fresh and such a, dynamic CMD, rarest of rare we can find. And I was asking, sir, what is the, formula for this is IIT Kharagpur. Can you imagine? So that is the kind of alumni country needs. And that is how I think this function, and I once again thank the Dr. Ranjit Rath and Deshpande ji and the President IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, Sheshamani ji, and particularly the Director Tiwari Saab, all over coming to Nagpur, and that too, I think they have chosen the venue, IIM Nagpur. So thank you very much, sir, for coming over here. And Professor Podole, our neighbor, because I am Nagpur, born at VNIT. I always say birthplace of IIM Nagpur is VNIT. And thanks to Professor Podole for this. And once again, thank you very much and welcome all of you for this. And I am sure in the deliberations going to take place through panel and other things. So a lot of insights, a lot of new things. And I am sure this off topic, we gain a lot. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Maitri, for your wonderful insights. Our guest of honor, Dr. Virendra Tiwari, is the director of IIT Kharagpur since 2019. Dr. Tiwari did his BTech honors in agricultural engineering from IIT Kharagpur in 1979, MTech in farm machinery and power engineering, and PhD in engineering in 1985. He has contributed immensely to agriculture and farm engineering. His field of specialization includes machinery systems design, industrial ergonomics and safety, electronics and computer application in farm machinery design. With this brief introduction, I request him to please deliver his address.
Thank you and good afternoon to all. Professor Bhimraya Maitriji, Director, IIM Nagpur. Dr. Pramod M. Padoleji, Director, VNIT Nagpur. Our President, IIT KGP Alumni Foundation India, Vardu Sesamaniji. Our very dynamic alumnus and President of Nagpur Chapter IIT KGP Alumni Foundation, Dr. Ranjit Rath, and our vote of thanks who is going to give is also connected to IIT Kharagpur, and the Secretary Nagpur Chapter, Dr. Umesh Deshpande ji. In fact, we are very happy that our Education Minister is the chief guest and he will be delivering his lecture. Everybody is talking of IIT Kharagpur, and it must be talked because IIT Kharagpur is the first IIT of the world. Because there was no concept of IIT in the world. Nobody knew what is IIT. And hence in 1951, in fact, the history goes back to 1946 when there was a search committee and there was a commission from the government of India, and then a committee was made, and ultimately it culminated. It was first to be held to be established in Kolkata. But then it was destiny that it came to Midnapur, and they did not get anything in Midnapur, but they got a lot of martyrs of Midnapur. And the Hijli detention camp was the burning example. It's the building which is the first home of IIT KGP, which is started on 18th of August 1951 with a ratio of student faculty of 5, which is 42 teachers and 224 students. And that old building is now known as Sahid Bhavan. And if you come to IIT Kharagpur, you will see we have kept the detention cells, original detention cells. We have not kept the hanging location. We have removed that, but we have also kept the last night isolation room, which used to be there for the martyrs during that time. In fact, they were For them, they were activists and they were all notorious people, but for us, they were the martyrs of this country. There it took birth. And after that, the other IITs came. And therefore, anywhere in the world you go, I am sure you will come across an IITian, and particularly IIT KGPN. And we say that once IIT KGPN is always KGPN, IIT KGPN. You can take anything out of him, but you cannot take IIT KGP out of him. So that is how we define IIT. Well, I think this academia and industry collaboration, it has become a hot topic, but I can tell you that 20, 30 years back, in fact, the industries never considered IIT as one where we can get some solution. And on the other hand, the IITians thought that we are sitting at the ivory tower and, well, why should we go to industry? They should come to us. The industry people said that, well, we may not be so much educated like a doctorate, this, that, but yes, we are delivering things. But I think many of the things were being delivered taking technology from outside. There was a gap, big gap. Our Maitri Sahab was telling that there was a big gap. Yes, there was a gap because there was a gap of trust. The industries had problems, but they thought that if you go to an IIT, I will just take IIT in question because it is the first which we talk of IITs. So go to an IIT and talk to a professor that I have a problem, I want to make this thing. I have seen this in China, I have seen this in Japan, but I want that, can you make it something like this, which will suit the requirement of our country? Then he will say that, okay, I will do it. The industry will say that, okay, I can write any check for you, but how much time you will take? So the professor will tell that, I think we are teaching everything, but I think I have never made like this. So it's not possible for me to make it, but we will research. And the research will be starting from 3 years to 5 years. Now, industry has no time to think about this time. They want, in fact, now they are working on an hour basis, but earlier they were working on, say, few months to few days. Now they are talking of hour basis. And in fact, in the digital age, they are talking of every minute. So industry's pace was very fast. And the IITians, IIT professors, we are not at that fast. They thought that, no, because they feel that whatever I do must be perfect and it must stand the test of time throughout wherever it is tested, wherever it is used. And that's not possible. Because unless you make certain things, put it in the market or put it in the race, then you will know where it falls. And then you can rectify and go ahead. The trust between the academia and the industry was there only. Somebody should have stood by and said as guarantor that, no, come to IIT Kharagpur, take help of a professor. Or somebody should tell the professor that, why don't you go to this company and find out a problem and work on that problem. In fact, the BTechs, MTechs and PhD that have come up, if you ask that how many, I was asked, I must confess, I was asked in my interview by director that how many PhDs have come out in this year from IIT Kharagpur in convocation. I said 430 or something like that. He said, how many of that will be put into practice in just 6 months of time? You know, it was a very tough question. The minister had asked me, and I said, sir, maybe 10%. Then he said, what happened to the other 90%? Then the answer I gave was, well, it needs to be further worked out and see whether they stand the test of time or not. I'm sure I did not give a right answer. But I can tell you, I told him that I have been working with the industry for the last 25 years. In the field of, you have seen, I'm working in the field of tractor design and manufacturing. Many of the industries, particularly TAFE, I've been working from 89. And many of the things which we did with our BTechs and MTech students, and in fact, some of the PhD students have been incorporated in TAFE, Mahindra, John Deere, Scots. And that way, the confidence which I build up, I also worked with Tata Steel for 12 years and in the area of safety engineering. And we have delivered something which Tata never thought that IIT Kharagpur can do it. And I can tell you that we did it. And therefore, when there was a talk of industry, I used to say, friends, whenever I used to talk to my friends, either young or the old or the colleagues, I used to say that, देखिए, हम लोग को फास्ट करना पड़ेगा, हमको सोचना पड़ेगा कि आज उसकी जरूरत इसकी है तो हमें 2 दिन पहले बनाना पड़ेगा. That is what people are not ready to. We have to take risk. The IIT, the professors can't take risk. They will say, no, let me go at my own pace. But that's the industry cannot wait. They are very right. Why should they wait? Because there is a market. And there are another player will enter into the market with a similar product maybe. Then where they will go? So the industry has no time to wait. And therefore the academia has to also match the time. Academia has to come forward. Now, last 8 years, I can tell you, you may take anything, but I can tell you that at least this government has said that let us stand by the academia and also talk to industry and say that please come together. Have this triangle and see that we can develop something, become Atmanirbhar. Can we produce something in this country? Yes, we can. Now, you see, this talk has been going on for the last 7-8 years. We are thinking of $5 trillion economy. It's not an easy task, but yes, it is possible. It is very much possible if the industries come together, industries come forward with certain projects, and if the IITians definitely take risk, they will have to take risk and do things. We work on several projects, 5-6 projects together. It's not possible to lay the output of all the projects together. It's simply not possible. So there has to be a drastic change, and the change is now taking place through the national education policy which has come up. There is a National Research Foundation which talks of the funding which will come from the government, which is the national body or the policymakers, and then the academia and the industries. And we need to work on certain area. In fact, just 2 days back, we were talking with DRDO. DRDO has come up, and we said that there has to be a bigger plan. And in IIT Kharagpur, for the next 25 years, till 2047, I think there will be a DRDO industry and academia center of excellence, which is going to be started maybe 15th of October this year. And I can tell you that we need something like that. We need also to go to the industries, pick up their problems and work for BTech, MTech and PhDs. This is what will happen. Then only it's possible. We were just talking of, you must have heard of the India semiconductor mission, and they have put 76,000 crores. The government has come up with so much of money, but then we should be finding out as to what is the requirement. The requirement is in next 5 years of time, you require 5,000 PhDs for the chip preparations, for the actual working. You require about 30,000 BTechs and MTechs. You require about 50,000 diploma people. You require about 200 very highly qualified manufacturing engineers. Yes, you require. We have to think of the MSMEs. We cannot lay away. We have 10 lakh MSMEs. We must think of them. And therefore, the ministry has come up with several opportunities. And yes, I think more and more will come to R&D. And I'm sure the future is very bright. So today's academia industry collaboration discussion, I think, go a long way. Very happy that Tri Saab gave this such hall. And in fact, he made Nagpur. Thank you, sir, so much for this. I will also make you my guest at IIT Kharagpur, and we are sure to bring you at IIT Kharagpur. And I'm very happy that our Rathji, and in fact, he's a bright young person, and we are going to see him one of the biggest locations in the country very soon. Hope for the best. With all this and wishing this academia industry collaboration the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For all the people of the chapter, you traveling to Nagpur has been a great thing for all of us. Thank you, sir. Our chief guest for today's function is the Cabinet Minister for Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in the Government of India. As a Member of Parliament, Shri Pradhan represents Madhya Pradesh in the Rajya Sabha and was earlier a member of the 14th Lok Sabha. As a Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas of India, Shri Pradhan is attributed with several progressive reforms and initiatives, including consumer initiatives like PAHAL, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, and the hashtag Give It Up campaign that was ardently supported by the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Popularly called the Ujjwala man, he brought in new hydrocarbon exploration and licensing policy that is HELP. Following his contribution to society and the party, Shri Pradhan was awarded the Best Legislator Award, the Uttalmani Gopabandhu Pradibha Sanman, and the Odisha Citizens Award. Shri Dharmendra Pradhan has been the longest serving minister for petroleum and natural gas in the history of independent India. He also launched Ispati Irada, a collaborative campaign to involve all stakeholders in the drive mission Purvodaya in the steel sector to drive transformation of Eastern India. With this introduction, we would now play out his address.
Namaskar, Dr. V.K. Tiwari, Director IIT Kharagpur, Dr. Bhimraya Metri, Director IIM Nagpur, Dr. Pramod Podle, Director VNIT Nagpur, Sri Bharadu Seshamani, President IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, my dear friend Ranjit Rathaji, industry leaders, academicians and researchers, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. It is heartening to note that the Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, in association with IIM Nagpur and IIT Kharagpur, has taken up this niche initiative. The workshop on industry-academia collaboration, aligned with Skill India mission, is a step closer towards realizing our dream of making India the skill capital of the world. Friends, to build a knowledge economy in 21st century, India has a natural advantage as a knowledge civilization. In the era of digitalization and fast-moving technology intervention across the world, India must be in leading position with a young and tech-savvy resource pool. And there is no dearth of such talent in our country. Today, collaboration between industry and academia is a critical component to catalyze an ecosystem with innovation and growth. As per some experts, by 2025, the time spent on current tasks at work by human and machines will be equal. In such a fast changing world, what we need is a highly skilled workforce. It needs skilling, reskilling and upskilling at a mass scale. Our defense force also needs skilled and techno-savvy youth. Hence, our government has come up with Agnipath scheme to ensure that Indian Armed Forces is more youthful and at par with the new technology. Getting associated with Defence Force is a matter of pride for every Indian. Now, this initiative will involve more youth in national service, create new employment opportunities, and contribute towards making a skilled and fit workforce. Our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, is enabling an Atmanirbhar Bharat through transformative policies and programs. National Education Policy 2020 has focused greatly on the importance of collaboration between industry and academia and the needs to skill our youth. Institutes like IITs and IIM can set up world-class skill centers in collaboration with the industries. A concerted effort is also required to cater to the skilling needs of the youth located in border and aspirational districts of the country. Today, alumni of institutes are in leading positions across sectors. They are the natural link between academia and industry and must create a vast network to energize our skill ecosystem. There are several institutions which are building endowment funds. I believe our alumni who have made such remarkable presence in the industry and research across the globe will ensure that they generously contribute to these endowment funds. They should also contribute to their schools in their hometown and villages, which have built their strong foundation. Our government has launched Vidyanjali portal where you can contribute in different ways, knowledge, skills, materials and assets. It is heartening to note the participation of IIT Kharagpur and its Alumni Foundation, IIM Nagpur, VNIT and several other leading academic institutes, various public and private sector industry groups in and around the Vidarbha region for this workshop. I wish that the deliberations in the workshop will create a platform of opportunities for positive collaboration between academia and industry. After the workshop, I would like you to send me the summary of the deliberations and some recommendations. I once again congratulate the organizers of the workshop and wish all of you the best. Thank you, friends.
We thank Sri Dharmendra Pradhan. Dr. Umesh Deshpande is the secretary of the Nagpur chapter of the IIT KGP Alumni Foundation. He received his PhD in computer science from IIT Kharagpur, his MTech from IIT Bombay, and his BE in computer science from VNIT Nagpur. And he is currently working as professor at VNIT Nagpur. He has been energizing young minds in the field of artificial intelligence, system biology, real-time systems, wireless sensor networks, and information retrieval. I request him to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti. Respected Professor V.K. Tiwari, Director IIT Kharagpur, Professor Bhimraya Maitri, Director IIM Nagpur, Professor P.M. Padole, Director VNIT Nagpur, Mr. Vardarajan Sheshmani, President of the IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation India, Dr. Ranjit Rath, CMD, MECL, and Chairman of President of the Nagpur chapter of IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, members of the Executive Committee of IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, colleagues from the industry, academic institutions, and my dear friends. It's my pleasant duty to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the IIT Kharagpur Foundation Nagpur chapter and my own personal behalf. First of all, I wish to thank the IIT Kharagpur Foundation led by Vardarajan Sheshmani for considering Nagpur as the venue for holding the Executive Committee meeting. And we thank Professor Bhimraya Maitri and the entire team of IIM Nagpur, consisting of Professor Pathak, Professor Bhaskaran, and others, for agreeing to host the event and wholeheartedly supporting the IIT Kharagpur Foundation Nagpur chapter. Soon after it was decided that IIM Nagpur will be the venue of the EC meeting, our chapter president, Dr. Ranjit Rath and Professor Maitri decided to have a workshop on this very relevant topic of industry-institute collaboration. As we all know, the main theme of the workshop is to consider various models of engagement of the faculty and students from the academic institutions with the engineers and scientists working in the industries. We thank the panelists, the panel discussion which we will be having immediately after this inauguration function. So we thank the panelists consisting of none other than Professor Tiwari, Dr. Rath, Professor Rajesh Pandey, Mr. Ish Mohan Garg, Professor Manali Shirsagar, Mr. Uday Kamath, Mr. Shailesh Avre, Professor Rajendra Govardhan, and Mr. Aditya Saraf for agreeing to be part of this panel discussion. We thank Professor Tiwari for taking time out of his busy schedule and spend an entire day with all of us. He also specifically stated that he will be part of the workshop and the panel discussion. So we really welcome you, sir. The panel moderator, Professor A. Srikanth, who is a senior alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, he has put in a lot of effort towards meticulous planning of the event and the entire panel discussion. He, along with Commander V.K. Jaitley, the ex-president of the IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation, they are going to propose the recommendations as was mentioned by the Honorable Minister. We also thank the Honorable Minister, Dr. Dharmendra Pradhan, for his address. Due to his pressing time schedules, he couldn't visit. He had planned to make a visit to this for this event, but we are very thankful for his address, the online address. We have received an overwhelming response for the workshop, and as our President, Dr. Ranjit Rath said, it was mainly by invitations. And we are really thankful that all the dignitaries have, honored us by being present here for this particular workshop. So we thank all the leaders of the institutes and the industries in the region for their gracious presence. We are thankful to the participants. We look forward to learning from the knowledge and experience of not only the panelists, but also the attendees and the dignitaries inside this hall. The event of this magnitude cannot be organized without support received from various organizations of the region. We thank our sponsors, the title sponsors, Primus Sam Private Limited, the gold sponsors, Persistent Systems Limited and HCL Technologies, and silver sponsors, ISA Implex Limited, Axicno Capital Services Private Limited, Master Geotech Services Private Limited. We also thank the Mineral Exploration and Consultancy Limited for their gracious logistic support. Yeah, holding a workshop of this nature is a great experience for all of us. Many people have contributed towards the organization of the workshop. The organizing team consists of members of the IIT Kharagpur Foundation Nagpur chapter, Mr. Dipankar Maitra, Professor Rajendra Govardhan, Mr. R.C. Goel, Dr. Preeti Boditel, Ms. Shagufta, Mr. Kunal Kalbende, in addition to Dr. Ranjit Rath himself and Professor Srikant, who are the backbone of the chapter, I would say. I sincerely thank the organizing team, the excellent team at IIM Nagpur who have helped us in meticulous planning, the team at MECL also who had helped us with the logistics, and all those who have directly or indirectly contributed to the organization of this workshop. Before we end, go ahead. Before we end, we are very happy to play the introductory video of our title sponsor, Primus Sam Private Limited, immediately after this vote of thanks. And further to that, I would hand over the proceedings to Professor A. Srikant, who would be the moderator for the panel discussion. I once again thank all of you for your gracious presence here. Thanks a lot.
Now, till we are arranging for the session, I would like to introduce all the panelists. Instead of one or two liners, I would give a little bit of a detailed introduction. So, welcome to the workshop on industry academia collaboration, impediments and imperatives. We have the moderator of the workshop, Dr. Shrikant Annavarapu, who would be taking it over from me now. But the panelists are Dr. V.K. Tiwari, Director, IIT Kharagpur, whom I have introduced just some moments back. Then from the industry, we have Mr. Ish Mohan Garg, Managing Director at HTS Calderis. He's a Business Area Vice President, Head CEO, Managing Director for Greater Asia Pacific and Managing Director for Calderis India. He's currently associated with 5 companies and is director with Gimpex Emery's India Private Limited, Emery's Newquest India Private Limited, Emery Steel Casting India Private Limited, and Indian Refractory Makers Association. He is amongst the global senior management professionals of proven metal in leadership positions with P&L responsibilities. Yeah. So I invite Dr. V.K. Tiwari, Dr. Ish Mohan Garg. The next panelist is Mr. Sailesh Avre. He is the Center Head and Director at HCL Technologies, Nagpur. Dr. Rajesh Pandey, Principal, Ramdev Baba College of Engineering and Management. Yeah, please come over. Sri Shailesh Avre, he's a certified project management professional with 20 years of versatile experience, including 10 plus years in media and entertainment. Dr. Rajesh Pandey is an eminent scholar and holds enormous experience of more than 28 years as a researcher, academician, and administrator. We have Dr. Manali Shirsagar, Director Technical, Meghe Group of Institutions. She has a teaching and research experience of over 30 years. Uday Kamath, Director, Ideal Energy Projects Limited, which is registered with the Minister of Corporate Affairs. Mr. Kamath is currently associated with 6 companies and is Director with Government Mining and Power Private Limited. Mr. Aditya Saraf, Nice Imports Private Limited, is the longest serving directors currently on board. Aditya heads Nice through client relationships and company strategies and policies. Dr. Ranjit Rath, CMD, MECL, and CEO Kabil. Next person on the panel. Dr. Rajendra Govardhan, Professor, St. Vincent Pallotti College of Engineering and Technology. He is also an alumnus of IIT KGP.
Thank you very much, Preeti, for getting this eminent panel onto the stage. And good afternoon, everybody in the audience. I think I'm expecting more participation from the audience rather than from the persons that I've invited here. I've invited all these people here because they are experts in their own field. They're good speakers and they don't hesitate in sharing their views. And the team has been selected, our team, we selected these speakers or these panelists for that reason, okay? This is not a debate. This is not a fight between industry and academia. This is more some way to create a path forward. Okay, so that's why we want to have this workshop. Ranjit and I, we were sitting in the office and were trying to figure out क्या करें. तो हमने सोचा कि इससे better कुछ नहीं हो सकता. We are getting top academics from IIT Kharagpur. We have many educational institutions here in Nagpur, and we have an industrial hub with a lot of eminent people from the industry who are willing to participate. And I'm so happy that so many of you took time off to come over and be a part of this workshop. On a Sunday, that too. That's right, on a Sunday. Actually, for the last 3 weeks, I don't know, Sunday, Saturday, kuch pata hi nahi chal raha tha. Hai na? So anyways, good to have everybody here. I hope everybody's had a good lunch. Are you all feeling a little sleepy and drowsy? Let's do one thing. Let's everybody stand up. Let's everybody stand up. Let's do some stretches. Yeah. Doesn't matter where, but just stretch. Good. We don't want you to be asleep. Because professors की आदत है कि students को सुला देते हैं.
मैं नहीं सुनाता हूँ. हमारे लड़के जो कि टायर्ड हुए रहते हैं, मैं उनको कहता हूँ कि 5 मिनट सो जाओ क्लास में, और उसके बाद मैं कहता हूँ, उसके बाद मैंने क्लास लिया है आधे घंटे ज्यादा, वो कहेंगे सर फ्रेश लगता है. तो मैं सुनाता नहीं, मैं उनको रिफ्रेश कर देता हूँ.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for joining in that little activity. Like I said, this is not a debate. This is not a fight. This is a collaboration, and that's what we have named it as. I'm going to pose some pointed questions. I have already shared the questions with the panelists, so they're a little prepared, I think, I hope. But even if they were not seen those questions before, I know they are willing and able to talk off their feet and get this workshop going. So let me start with the. Oh, I've actually run out. Let me start with the first thing that we talked about. And before I continue, I'd like to thank one of the persons in the audience, Mr. Sandeep Dharwekar, who, please stand up and be acknowledged. When we raised this issue about this workshop, he came forward and he wrote an excellent piece and sent it to Dr. Deshpande. And, I saw that and I said, this echoes my thoughts perfectly. It's exactly what I wanted to speak in the workshop, in the panel discussion. So the first thing he said was academic institutions and industries are actually two sides of the same coin. If we are two sides of the same coin, why aren't we able to encash on this symbiosis? Okay, there is a symbiosis between the two. Why aren't we able to encash on it? What is restraining us from working together to make India great? So I'd like to ask, one by one, I'll ask everybody to say a few comments about the first question. Ish, you want to go first?
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Amidst so many doctors here, it's always a nerve-wracking experience. But yeah, I need not stretch to be awake. I'm as it is nervous with so many doctors around. In fact, ma'am did mention my name with a doctor. I am not at all a doctor. Okay, so two sides of the coin in my own way. The challenge is we're tossing this coin too often. And when we toss the coin, either we get head or we get tail. So there may be two sides of the coin, but then what you see is only one side of the coin when you toss it. That's very simple. Now, how do we bring these two sides together? I think that's something which is the question. So, why aren't we able to encash this symbiosis? In fact, I wanted to start with that thing first. When the subject comes, and we were fortunate to have a get together just yesterday. Yesterday was our CII's council meeting. So we had some time to sit together there, and Mr. Dharvekar was also there. Mr. Avale was also there. And in fact, this was the topic which got discussed at length for almost 2.5 hours amidst us. My personal opinion. Now we may think whenever this topic comes, and generally the discussions take a bit uh, uh, of a sarcastic turn, and I would say a bit hitting each other kind of a turn, and we saw that yesterday. In my personal belief, not everything is so bad. Not everything is that the industry and academics are moving in two different directions, or they are not together. I think nothing else proves this more than each one of us who are present in this room. All of us have come from academics, and all of us are in industry today. Some of us chose academics over industry, and some of us came in industry. There won't be one single person who can raise hand and say that I have become successful without the help of academics. No, you have not. So somewhere, what is behind each one of our success is the academic. So one thing which we need to remove from our perception is these two things are not different. They are not two sides. If we see, they are part of the same coin. So let's redefine this term. Instead of saying two sides of the coin, what we should be saying, they're part of the same coin. They're not two sides of the coin. Why we aren't able to encash this symbiosis? I don't think so that we are not encashing the symbiosis. If today I'm successful or my industry is successful, that is thanks to all the support which we get from academics. And what is that support? The moment you think of support from academics, you would think of a professor coming to your industry and solving your problem. I treat it in a different fashion. Okay, we would always like professors to come and visit industries, work there, gain experience, and probably we'll come to it later. But the students of those professors whom we recruit every year, at the end of the day, they are the people who are taking our legacy forward. So, academia is contributing significantly to industry. So let's take it out of our mind that it's not contributing now. It says impediment and imperatives. So there are a few things which we have to be doing, and maybe we'll come to it as we move forward with this debate.
Thank you so much, Ish. From the morning, we have been hearing about IIT Kharagpur and the work that's been done at IIT Kharagpur to integrate with industry. And Dr. Tiwari here, he has been an example of that. Like he said, 25 years, 30 years, he's been associated with developments in industry. And that's really a great thing. But I have studied at Kharagpur and I have taught at Kharagpur. And what I found was many times there would be a tendency for people to say, hey, bhai, ye academics walo ko kuch aata nahi hai. The students that they send to us, we have to retrain them. We go to academia only for certifications because they're a government organization. So would you like to say a few words about that?
Thank you very much. You have already said that I have been connected with industries. And I do believe that if I have to prove that I know something, answer the question of some of the industries. If I can design the changes in the clutch plate of one of the tractors and it worked better than one designed in Germany, I think that I did something. So, and yes, he's right. I think we did through these students. And I also believe, but the coin has two sides. So we will have to think that yes, there are two sides. Why we say now we can say that they are part of the same coin now? Because earlier, what I said in my talk earlier, that the feeling was that industry people say that, okay, nahi, whoever the students come because the teachers are talking only theory and they have not seen the practice. I will come to answer of some other things later, but I can tell you that IIT Kharagpur has done a lot of things related to several industries. Only thing what has not come out of IIT Kharagpur is that IIT Kharagpur teachers belong to Bengal, and Bengal has a legacy that they think that no, I must do my work and not bother about advertisements. That's why you have not come to know. But yes, IIT Kharagpur has given a large to the several industries, and I would still feel that yes, industries and academia are going together now in intense fashion. And of course, the guarantor is the government at present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tiwari. You know, what you said makes a lot of sense. I mean, I've been there, I've seen how the people work and they don't advertise, but that's one part of it. The other thing that there's some numbers that come to notice, and some of those numbers are astonishing and they're scary. One of the studies by McKinsey in 2018 said 94% of graduates are not fit for hiring. And they were talking about, I mean, they gave the numbers for different kinds of graduates, and engineering graduates are also in there at a very high number. Okay. So something is wrong if we are not able to provide to industry what they are needing. And maybe, we'll talk about that also. But, Shaileshji, would you like to pipe in and say what you think about the students that are coming out of colleges these days?
So I think, I totally agree. Probably, whatever numbers, statistics that you have mentioned, and especially for the industry that I belong to, which is IT, information technology, and the volume that we hire, right, whether it is TCS, HCL, Infosys, and many other. I mean, they are like hiring in lakhs, right? Everyone talks about hiring 40,000, 50,000, 1 lakh freshers from the, the academy. Now, having said that, if you look at it, the amount of time all of us spend in training them, after they are inducted into the organization, typically at least 1 year to like 15 months time is spent on training them. So the point is that, how we can bridge this, gap of like 12 months or 15 months and bring it down to, let's say, 0 month or 3 months, probably. And I think it is easily doable from my experience. Maybe I'll talk about it. We did try to do some experiment on this, wherein we have actually inducted now a 12th grade mathematics graduates into the system. And so far, 7,000 of them are already there. And we are hiring 15,000 more this year. And I'll talk more about it, how that experiment is working. But what I'm trying to say is that, that 15 months of time spent on training the freshers, if we are able to bring that time back to 0 or 3 months, I think, it's definitely doable, because I think each one of us are training, the students in 3 specific areas. One is on the people skills, right? Second is the processes. And third is the technology front, right? And if you look at the time spent in that training, at least 10 to 15% of the time is spent on people skills. And when I say people skills, these are more about the collaboration and the communication, the eye for the details, building that attitude and aptitude to take up the work. And then also Maitri has talked about, adapting to the change, learn, unlearn, quickly, because the technology is changing every other year. So that definitely can be brought back and, can be shifted left and can be taught into the academia is point number one. Second, the process part also, in my view, like, we divide our work in two different type of businesses. One, we call it as a RTB, which is nothing but run the business, which is support and maintenance kind of like work. And second is the CTV, the change the business, and where we do all this, large transformation projects. So there are a different set of processes which are being followed. And that also can be taught and then experimented when we are doing the projects in our final years or third year or during internship. This entire set of processes can be, institutionalized and can be implemented. And the technology part, in my view, personal view, is the most easiest part. I think though it takes 60 to 70% of the time where we have to spend on classroom training and on the job training, but that part is the easiest, task for us to train the people, because we keep doing that. So bread and butter. Every second year we have to train the people on newer technologies. So my view is that certainly I think, we can bring this cycle of 12 to 15 months back to 0 to 3 months time frame. And we have experimented it. Maybe, at later time, if time permits, I'll definitely talk about it.
Sure. Thank you very much, Shailesh ji. Manali ji, I'll request you now to say a few things about your experience, because what we are hearing from Shailesh ji is there is an opportunity for us to reduce that training time. How much of the time can we really have the students trained within campus? And before I let you take the mic, I'd like just to say that I remember that when I was going to college, BITS Pilani had a program, and I think they still have that program, where 6 months internship, extended internship in the field. They still have that program. I think that has been very valuable. What do you think are the possible things that we can do, or what are the impediments to that?
Well, Dr. Shrikant, I would like to address the point that you have raised, but at the same time, since I had gone by the book also, and as you said in the beginning itself that you have chosen this panelist because they dare to talk and share their mind. So I think with the first point, I would start, and then I would come to the answer of your question. It was the same regarding whether it is the two sides of the same coin and all. So I concur incidentally with two of our honorable guests this during the inaugural function. They have said, two of them, Tiwari sir as well as Maitri sir, that we are working in silos. So my first point, because we are also supposed to talk about the impediments. So my first point was exactly the same, that because we are working in silos. That was one thing. Secondly, not convinced enough about what difference can we make together. Industry and academia is fully not convinced that how they can use each other pretty well. Third point is we have not given serious thought to it. And the fourth point is the short-term vision. We're still not looking at each other with a long-term vision. This is the biggest impediment which I feel personally through my experiences of over 30 years in the field of academia and industry. And now coming back to your question, that can we really reduce this time of training, retraining and all? Yes, we can. But then I would like to say that core concepts has always been a responsibility of an academia. So we would definitely take care of that. And at the same time, the application side, what training our sir has been talking about, that is something which is a very dynamic component. So if you really want to have that, then I think we should have a proper ratio, which our curriculum has already started introducing. There's going to be a static section, which will be generally the core section. There would be a dynamic section, which will be electives, free electives, the professional electives, and there is a scope of introducing the technologies, because that's going to change quite often. And when something is going to change quite often, we have to see to the practical difficulty in implementing the curriculum at our end also. See, every now and then we cannot go and change the scheme of examination. But side by side, what we can do is, we can, with the help of value-added courses, bridge courses, the electives, we can go on introducing the industry-aligned curriculum. So this is how we can have a perfect blend of core as well as the much-needed elective and the professional or whatever technologies are in vogue, because every other day we are going to have a different technology. So we definitely believe, being from academia, that our students should be with a very strong foundation of basic concepts. So their learnability is to be ensured, and that is our job. And now rest of the things can be done with the help of industry. But what we are doing right now is we are taking a sequential approach. We are training the students, we are trying to make them engineers, half-hearted, because we want basics also, we want advanced things also, we want technologies also. Now these boys are not going to grasp all these things together. So what we can do, instead of taking a sequential approach, we can join hands right from first year. So let us start with a cornerstone project, which is a concept in the US universities. So right from the first year, give them a project and let that be with the industries. And then it would culminate into a capstone project. Maybe cornerstones to capstone could be the same project going in phases with the help of industries. Second thing, what you talked about, the BITS-Pilani model of internships. Now, BITS-Pilani could do it long before the colleges started now, because AICT has now given the mandate, and there is an internship policy which is to be abided by all the institutions, and the tier 1 institutions are expected to do it before anyone else does, because they have to then set an example for the other. And secondly, the most important part is, see, for an average intake of 5,000, like our college, Yashwantrao Chavan College of Engineering, we have 5,000 students on campus. That means in final year, roughly going to have, say, 1,200 to 1,500 students. Now, giving internship in the industry to 1,200 to 1,500 students is a big challenge. But then still, this was the first time we have done it in a pilot mode, maybe a couple years back for one branch, and we could be successful. But then that was only for, say, 120 students at the most, and then 50% of them in one semester, 50% in another. But this time we could give 100% industry placements to our students. Now, how that can be done? Of course, it is with the support of the industries. As Shailesh Avade sir has said, that industries are definitely supporting them, because if the industries don't support, how are we going to place these students? So what industry has come up with is, they have hired these students, and what they're trying to do is they're reducing this time. This lead time is being reduced by giving them internships whom they have hired. So, 6 months prior to joining the actual job, they are being made ready for the job. So this is one way you can reduce. Another is you can run the trainings. Like, there are some companies who have taken initiative and they have started their programs. They are going to hire 10%, top 10% of the students whom they have given the training. Fine, doesn't make a difference. But suppose there are 500 students who have been trained by one company, they are able to absorb maybe only 50 of them, because they want only 10%. 450 students are still employable, well trained by the industry as per the requirement. Again, they can save the time. So these models are going on.
Very good, very good. Thanks for that update. And really interesting to see how you're trying to integrate with the industry as well. Udayji, I would like to ask you about the, again, let's continue to talk about the employability of students. Okay. In your industry, how much training are you requiring, and what kind of experience are you having with the students?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I'm very happy to share the dais with Dr. Tiwari, because somebody who has been working on farm equipments from an engineering college, that to heading an IIT, is a pleasure to know. Is absolutely a pleasure to know. Because we keep talking about solving local industry problems, solving agricultural problems, but most of the time it is left to agricultural universities, and which are remaining disconnected from engineering fraternity. Coming to your first point, sir. Definitely there are two sides of the coin which meet only very happily to each other during placement program. They wait for each other only in the placement programs. And once the placement is done, neither the institute bothers to see what is the progress of their alumni, where their training has been missing, what has been the lacking with the industry. They are left for themselves. This is one. So a simple follow-up which could take place for 6 months to 1 year can tell the institution what needs to be done at their end, number one. And industry is also obliged to give that feedback to the academia to see that whatever Mr. Shailesh said, how that training period of 15 months can be brought to 12 to 6. I feel this is one part of the correction which we can do in our processes. Second part is the bits model, which in fact at VNIT we have been campaigning, but then there has been a structured approach, so it hasn't changed. My daughter has gone through the program and she found it very useful. And there is a PPO option which comes available for most of the students who are undergoing that kind of a program. So they know what to expect. Most of the times when students come out of engineering college, they have very, very flashy ideas and they are not prepared for the hard landing when they end up in the industry. And I think they come out of the world and they come to see the reality, hard reality, where maybe they're one amongst many. They find themselves, I would say, woefully inadequate for the job challenges and the job requirements. And there, I think they need to be, some handholding needs to be done. So I think industry and academics both need to think about this aspect, how this bridge can be done. Because ultimately, every institute would be known by the alumni. They are going to churn out how well they do. But how many institutes keep track of how their alumni are doing in the industry? That's a wonder. I think we should all wonder about that. I had the, I would say, fortune of working in academics for 4 years before turning into an entrepreneur and before entering into an agro-based field. So I can see a little bit from the academics perspective, what we used to think about industry, and I can now see it from the other side of the fence. So this was one point which I wanted to make. Second point is, why can't we have a finishing school type of a semester, which could be 3 months? Before they graduate out, they could be having a 3 months of a finishing school, which will help, I would say, answer the problem of employability factor. Many times, even simple soft skills, if those are imparted to the students, they would make a better product to be absorbed by the industry. So these are my first thoughts on whatever you said.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Udaji. Actually, you know, your question, your comment about the finishing school is so appropriate and so, you know, contemporary. We recently graduated 16 tribal students from a finishing school project in our in the Kanha Shantivanam in Hyderabad, and those students were given communication skills training, stress management training, anger management training, you know, skills of how to behave in front of each other, how to make presentations, how to write simple things, how to write a leave letter. These skills, unfortunately, we are missing from our academics, either in school or in college, because by the time, and I've had, in WhatsApp, many of you may have seen the kind of leave letters that are being, you know, circulated, right? So this is it's bordering on pathetic, but having a place where these things can be learned, and as Manali ji said, having a place where people can learn how to do a project. Okay, so I'll give you one of my experiences. I was teaching at University of Arizona, and we had one senior professor, Igor, and Igor's job was to take the freshman students, the first year students, and tell them, okay, this is a report you have to write. You have to write a 1-page report on this topic. And they would all write, and he would first correct the English, correct the punctuation, correct the formatting, correct this, you know, they were all handwritten. So, you know, he would not have anything computers. He would say, you have to write it by hand. So translating, transcribing from the computer screen onto your onto a piece of paper, how much margin you leave on all sides and why that margin is required, all those things. First year. Second year, it would go further and further till final year, their project report would be of a acceptable quality. It was not great quality, but acceptable quality. And these were, you know, American students. You know, their high school education is very different from ours, but that is what was required there. I'm sure that as we move through this workshop and other workshops like this, I'm sure that we'll come up with ideas like this as well. Aditya, would you like to share a few thoughts about how students are doing and what how industries are helping you, or how the academics are helping you?
Sure. Thank you. I resonate a few of my thoughts with Shaileshji and Uday sir in terms of what are we getting fresh out of college. I think the biggest challenge is, so again, we come from a technology company, so getting them equipped for technology, newer technologies in subsequent years is fine. That's our job, and we can take care of that. But like Dr. Manali said, that it's more important to get their learnability in place. And I think the institutions are doing fairly well as far as the learnability is concerned. But the communication skills, soft skills, basic life skills, I think that is where we really need to work very hard, because most of the people who join us have direct interaction with our clients. Most of them would be overseas, so it becomes very difficult for us to just let it open for them. So we have to spend a lot of time to get them up to a certain level before we can actually open it out for them. So a training time of 6 to 8 months or 6 to 9 months is very common, for us, and we would like to see that come down somehow. Working closer with the institutions and try to reduce that time. Like I said, subsequent technologies and upgradations, that's fine. We are equipped to do that, and we will continue to do that because that is going to keep evolving. Regarding the two sides of the same coin, I would just like to, everybody said a lot, I would just like to say that we need to find a way that the two sides get to face each other more often than on the campus recruitment day or on any such days, right? So if they face more often, I think we'll be able to benefit a lot. The encashment of the symbiosis can definitely happen. One suggestion, since you've already put up, and Shrikant sir, you put it up in terms of the internship model. So yeah, I mean, I had studied this from the BITS Pilani model, and some of the autonomous institutions in Nagpur have already been doing that. And I think it's a brilliant model because we have benefited out of that. We have got some of our folks who joined in the last semester, so the 8th semester of the bachelor's program. We were branch agnostic, so we just brought in people who could sort of qualify a basic benchmark for our company. We brought them in. They spent a good 5 months with us during the last semester. We got to grade them as well, so they were serious, and it was not just a check in the box that they had to make. And they get to see our environment. So I think it's a very good synergy to go by, bringing the candidates or prospectives into the system in the last semester itself. If it can be done earlier, even better. But even the last semester has played well for us so far. I agree with Dr. Manali's challenge of how to place 1,200 students into an internship. So I had this point in my notes already. So the TPOs of the college, they have an Herculean task of 100% placement in jobs afterwards anyways. What we are just doing by this model is we are preponing that task, and we are getting them to do it in the 6th or 7th semester and get these guys onto the field in the 8th semesters, who will probably 9 on 10 would actually qualify into the job. So they don't have to look into the job market thereafter. They're already placed. So I think the effort is being done 1 or 2 semesters earlier, but it's the same effort. And I think companies, it will be difficult initially, but like you've already said, the second round you manage 100%. I think it's very much doable, and it's a very it's a win-win situation for the for all of us, because we get to test drive. I would say the prospectives, they get to see our company, they get to see what we're doing. Would I want to work here or not? And then the institution is also assured that they're going to be placed in good hands. So it's a win-win for all.
Great. Thank you very much, Aditya. Now, the two academics still left on board. One of them is an academic come entrepreneur, Rajendra Govardhanji. I would like to ask you specifically regarding the students that we're putting out so many students, from each of the colleges. And the problem is, where do I train them? Where do I push them for training, and how positive is the reaction of industry to get people trained in their places?
In fact, one of the major problems which the industries are facing, and so also we as an institute are facing, is the employment of the students, and the industry side getting the right students to perform the jobs. Now, in fact, we as an institute, most of the time we teach students what to do. In the industries, they expect the student to know how to do. It means there is a gap or there is a mismatch between the knowledge acquired and knowledge required. There's a big gap. We as an institute, we agree on this gap. You as an industry, you also agree on this gap. The only way forward here will be, it has to be collaborative. Like how the industries and the institutes can come together, map the requirements of the industries. Let the faculties go to the industries to map the requirement of the industries. Faculties must get trained upon those latest skills, and then they must impart what is required to the industries as a part of curriculum. If the need arises, the seamless integration must happen between the industries and the institutions. When I'm saying seamless integration, because it is a win-win model. For industries, it is a backward integration because they are getting the talented freshers, skilled freshers who are directly put on the job right from day one. Apart from that, if they collaborate with the institutes where a lot of testing facilities are there, applied research can be carried out, some industry problems can be converted to the projects. So the benefits will come to the industry also that way. And for institutes, it is a forward integration, wherein the students are going to get placed. That is one thing. As our faculty are going to go to the industry, they will understand the problems of the industry, get converted into the consultancies, and maybe if they are related to the product development or something like that, the applied research also can be carried out. So this integration is a very, very important aspect. And in fact, in the present scenario, especially with the IR 4.0, we are at the beginning of this. The great opportunities are available now. What type of industries were functioning few years back, they have to transform. What type of institutions were functioning maybe few years back, they have to transform. So when these are the challenging times, it is all the more imperative that we must join hands together, understand what are the new skill sets which are needed as a part of IR 4.0, where maybe the IoT is there, where maybe the AI is there, maybe the genetic engineering is there. There are so many technologies which are coming up, and literally in a flash of a moment, a lot of conventional industries are going to perish. A lot of conventional institutes are also going to perish. So if the way forward for survival and the growth is the collaboration, joining the hands together, walking together, the industries must encourage the industry professionals to come to the institutions. The institutions must motivate the teachers to go to the industry, at least for 1 or 2 months in a year. They should be industry professionals. So such type of integration we build up, and I'm pretty confident that demographic advantage, what we as a nation we are having, we can encash on it, and definitely that will help us in building a strong nation. Because otherwise, if you look at it, in the earlier revolutions, we lost. We lost the third industrial revolution as an industry. We lost the second industrial revolution, first industrial revolution, because the British were ruling us. But now, at least for the fourth industrial revolution, if we work collaboratively, I'm pretty confident we'll be successful in that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Rajesh ji, I would like to ask you one very, very different kind of question. And one thing that's been bothering me, because I was part of the induction program at IIT Kharagpur, and in my class, first year, fresh students had just joined, first time they're facing faculty members, and I said, "How many of you want to be engineers?" And I was surprised that out of 90 students, about 10 students raised their hands. Are we creating too many engineers? Are we pushing too many people through engineering school? What do you think?
Okay. I will first of all like to go through this, and then I mean definitely would like to give the answer to your question. First of all, sir, I'm the last panelist, and most of the things are already said and discussed here. But still, okay, sorry, okay, okay, last but one. So I would like to add value to some of the aspects, and then I would like to answer your question. In this society, of course, these are the two verticals, academics and industries. The only point is that we are in our shells. We have to break the shells, come forward, and join together. This is known to everyone. I think this is a very old topic, and we are discussing since many decades. But there are certain positive changes which have been witnessed, and not only in the premier institutes like the IITs, but also in the private premier institutes, also private institutes in India. There are significant, significant changes have been already implemented. I would like to point some issues. Number one, in my institute, I would like to share that the ecosystem of industry interaction was inculcated, imbibed by one scheme. Industry at one hand, institute at one hand. And we need probably a third forum, which will keep both this together. Fortunately, we had the guidance of Dr. Kakurkar. Our institute was selected in an innovative scheme called Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology Commission, RGSTC, TIFAC, MSME scheme. This is a unique scheme, brainchild of Dr. Kakurkar. And he selected only 2 institutes of Maharashtra to implement this. The scheme is leveraging the capabilities of students and staff for the development of MSMEs. Always we think that we are going to take something from industry. No, he said no, leverage your capabilities and do something for industry. Industries means, he said, address the needs of local industries, MSMEs. What he proposed, that the 7th semester students last year, 7th semester students will go to industries, MSMEs, not the industries, MSMEs, will identify the problem. We will give stipend. After identifying the problem in the next semester, they will find the solution. So finding the problem is the responsibility of faculty and students. Implementing the solution also is the responsibility of faculty and students. The scheme started in 2015, and I'm really happy to share with you that we have connected to 55 MSMEs, 55 industries. Out of 55, around 35 industries accepted the solutions. 20 implemented the solution. 15 IPRs, patents for the students, and 2 startups. Then we extended that thing, and now today we have 100% students, nearly 100% student in the internships, 80% in industry internship. The remaining are going for the research internships, startup internships as well. I would like to suggest in brief that there are 2 very important points we may go for. Number one, we always talk about the student internship. I think we must go for the faculty internship. Industries must welcome faculty on their campus, on the active projects for maybe say a couple of weeks to some months. It will definitely add value, because when they go to industry and come back, then definitely they will add significant value among the students. The second point I would like to say that the second experiment we did was about the co-teaching. 20 or say 30% of syllabus we offered to the industry. And in many subjects, around 20 to 25% syllabus was covered by the industry professionals. This instilled the confidence among the students that this is the person who is going to take our interview. And I'm learning in class. So many multinationals came forward and supported our students. Your question now, that whether we are
producing too many engineers.
We are not. Ultimately, students, I mean, engineers and the employment is not related to just industry academia interaction. It is related to the GDP of the nation. If the entire production level or so the GDP increases significantly, then probably we will be able to, also industries would also be able to give more employment. It is not just that how many we are producing and how many we are employing. This is, I think this is much broader question, which will not be answered by an academic person like me in a one line. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I had interaction with the executive education program manager here, Mr. Bhaskaran, and in each of our interactions, he has stated one thing he's very free with his words, and he says all students should get basic engineering training, whether he's going to medicine or commerce or law, doesn't matter. 2 years he must have engineering training, and then he should go for anything else. And the reason he said that is engineers are trained to be solution finders. And, as you rightly pointed out, sending the students and faculty to industry, find out what the problem is, and then find a solution for it. I think that's a unique thing. That's a very, very solid approach that I think we should be trying to implement. Ranjit, I saved you for the last because, Ranjit and I, we're mining folk. We are related to the minerals industry. And हम लोग जब तक माइंस में जाके अपने हाथ गंदे नहीं करते हैं, तब तो हमको लगता नहीं है कि कुछ काम किया है. Very often people would say, श्रीकांत तो अपने कपड़े गंदे करके आता है ताकि लोगों को लगे कि ये काम करके आया है. Okay, but Ranjit, what about you? What do you think? I mean, your experience in dealing with youngsters who are coming in, and how you're managing their growth, and what you see about in this industry collaboration.
First of all, thank you very much for this excellent deliberation that I've heard. But gentlemen and ladies, I have a contrary viewpoint. My ask from the industry is very, very high, because that is where the money is. We cannot complain that our students are not employable. We are responsible for it. So it is industry which has got money must plow back that money. Look at the big CPSCs. We get 15 months induction training. A civil servant becomes a civil servant by virtue of 15 months of rigorous training. We don't intend to reduce that training program. To me, the academic institutions are the building blocks. We prepare future leaders, but let them choose what they want to be. Now, if I'm an entrepreneur, I must give, because my requirement will be different from another agencies or another organizations. So the training need for a software company will be totally different. And training need for a software company handling Germany and handling USA will be different. And the training need for a tractor manufacturing unit will be different. So it is the choice. You pick up the best of the brain. But one thing which we must, again, my ask from the industry is very, very high. Because we are not looking at only IITians. Only IITians are not going to be contributing to the possibility of $5 trillion GDP. I'm sorry, no. It is the MSMEs and then the second tier colleges. Are we looking at them? Now, when I say, are we looking at them? Are we looking at the faculty training of those colleges? Student training, baad mein baat karenge. How much are we compensating to the faculties? What is our training commitment? As an industry professional, how much is the percentage allocation of fund for training? Are we keeping aside certain percentage? Now, we have to mentor these organizations. Unless we hone their skill, unless we ensure, as a principal of a college, it is my responsibility to see that our faculties at least pass through the international airport once. Believe me, by virtue of being a corporate, leader, somebody gave me some opportunities. That's why we are here discussing. How much we are actually giving back to our students comes later. How much we are giving to our faculties who are teaching these students. Because whatever we are is because of the faculties. I'm not talking about IIMs, I'm not talking about IITs. Their faculties are very well placed. There are an endowment available to them to publish, to attend international conferences, they step out of the country. But I'm sorry, the two-tier colleges, the mass engineering production units, no, it's not there. So as industry representatives, we must plow back and we should ensure that we are mentoring a college, mentoring a school. This is your investment, not for your organization, but maybe for some other organization, because the students will pick you by virtue of their choice. Placements are always, that privilege we had by virtue of studying in IIT. But the youngsters at a 2-tier or 3-tier cities don't have that. Their organizational training becomes paramount. So I would have a contrary viewpoint here, that the industries must mentor, the industries must plow in money in training, the industries must collaborate with leading academic educations for their research need. Perfect. But also look at the others. And definitely, I don't expect the youngsters, look at me. When I joined an organization, we were supposed to be trained by that organization to work or to be assigned the responsibilities. So you formulate them, you bring them up and create two verticals actually. One set of people who are technologically savvy, who want to be technologically savvy. For them, the training needs are different. And one set of people who would be business leaders. So you would actually have two different styles of training program. So as the leader of the organization, you would have to create them. So I strongly believe percentage allocation of fund for training, not only for the students, for the faculties, and of course, the concept of skilling and reskilling, which Honorable Minister said. The industry has a major role to play.
Thank you very much, Ranjit. We've been hearing a lot of different ideas from the panelists, and most of them, everybody's agreeing that yes, there's collaboration required, there's collaboration happening. What needs to change? What about the audience? What do you think, Sandeep? What do you think? What would you like to say about the collaboration that's required? Mike.
So, yeah, thank you so much. So much have been talked, and I think since afternoon, everybody has talked in lot of details. And also the last one is the top and the tier 2 and the tier 3. So I don't know how do we rate in Nagpur. So we are in tier 2, tier 3, but we have a top institutes, tier 1 institute. So Nagpur is a combination of all the 3 levels. At the ground level, there are big issues with the students we have seen so far. And we feel that the way things are taught, that theory, the way theory is taught, the theory should be taught not for passing out, but it should be taught for implementing. And probably in the tier 2, tier 3 colleges, faculty, again the same point, faculty is not a practicing engineer like a tier 1, the level 1 colleges. So unfortunately, by and large, the colleges we have seen around here are not able to deliver, or even the electrical engineer graduate is not knowing the difference between RMS and peak, and even for induction motor, they don't understand slip. So the gap is tremendous. But the way things have been discussed here, I think it's a top leadership discussion we are doing. And so far, I have never trusted such discussion, but here I trust it, and that we will find out some way, and we can make the difference, but the gap is too much.
Thank you for your thoughts. Actually, when you talked about this kind of a forum, I had a discussion about this with Shiv Kumar Rao. Sorry. And we were talking about, he said, don't have it as a one-off discussion. Don't have it as a one-off discussion. This is not a one-off forum where you discuss and then go away and do nothing. And I think Honorable Minister also said similar thing. He said, we have to create the forum and continue the discussion so that till we reach the result. Okay. So would you like to say a few words about how we can continue this?
Thank you. You're taking me back to our discussion the other day with Dr. Rath, and as he mentioned, and that this should not be just a one-off program where we talk about industry, academia collaboration at the high level, and discuss what needs to be done for the nation, and then simply wrap up and go back and feel very intellectually satisfied that we have contributed something to the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So that should not be there. I agree with what he said from Ramdev Baba about the MSME segment, what they have tried to do. We have, in fact, more than 2/3 of our industry is the dwarf category as categorized by the Government of India. They are the ones who do not have really, in the true sense, access to academia, where they can go and share their problem. Sometimes they are not even able to identify their problem and find a solution. They are the ones who really need to move from jugaad to innovation, actually. And that is where the academia needs to play a role. The industry can perhaps also play a role there. The larger industry, the gentlemen sitting on the dais who run large industries, may have to probably don the hat of academia for their small brothers who are struggling, who are the MSMEs who do not sometimes understand the problems. So this is one side of it where, there is help required for MSMEs. This topic has been dealt by most of the panelists. But one point that I would like to make here is, which is pertinent to Nagpur region, is there are nearly 12 to 14 research institutes here, very subject-specific research institutes who carry out research activities. Then they're published in academic journals, awards won, and then wrapped up and kept. So if that is something that is brought out and shared with the industry, with the probably entrepreneurs, that will help not only foster entrepreneurship, but probably provide a platform for more serious collaboration between these research institutes and the industry here. One suggestion that I have for this, for the chapter here is, and I was speaking to Commander Jetty about it, that perhaps if a platform could be created, maybe an online platform, where these research projects, and there are a number of them, let me tell you, we work with NEERI, we work with the Citrus Research Institutes, and you will find a number of research projects that they have carried out, but which have really not seen any commercialization. And without commercialization, without being put to use, what is the point in just carrying out research endlessly? So if a platform is created where all this is put on the portal, and if there is some industry connect also brought on the platform, where the problems are also shared, and you create a shadi.com type, which I just mentioned to Ranjit also. So that is something that could be a meaningful activity that could be carried on by this chapter consistently. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Srikant,
Thank you very much for those comments.
I have a question for Sashi Chaudhary here. tech talent from 2020 and 2023 batches will be rendered unemployed soon. Their most important years of the engineering course, that is the second and third years that form the basic foundation, were deprived of adequate and quality input. Now, will there not be a surplus talent on hand which will not be employed?
Okay. Thank you for your question. I think I'll first go back to Dr. Raj over there. I think, industry has to realize that there is no free lunch. Absolutely, because when you want to get good talent, you need to invest on that. I mean, the basic infrastructure of the colleges, I mean, they are going to be working on the, basic courses and all those things. Now, if you want the talent, which is just, now the time has come in where you employ for a specific skill. Because industry doesn't have time, as Dr. Tiwari was mentioning about it. I mean, the industry is moving at a fast rate, and you can't expect the college to really come up with those kind of mechanism. Whereas the industry can come forward. I can give you a couple of examples with respect to, and then I'll point out to this. And one of those examples were in the complete engineering course, if you find out the span of what time the people are really not engaged from the student side. And when we looked at the syllabus, this was a story of 7-8 years back, looked at the syllabus and the course schedule, there's 1,000 hours available. Now, 1,000 hours available as a free time between your vacations. Now the industry can come in and utilize those 1,000 hours to specifically train the people in the technologies and the areas they want. And as I said, there is no free lunch. That means if I want 20 people, I will have to train 100 people. And then this 20, the rest of the people can go to the various industries as the various, wherever they really want to go. They need not all 100 people come to me. But interestingly, I ran one experiment. I wanted certain people on the mobile technologies. I had run this experiment at Ramdev Baba also, at YCC also, in terms of training the people for 1,000 hours, right from second year. Can this be a structured mechanism in terms of, as Dr. Rath was mentioning about, I mean, there has to be like a program management, right? You can't expect the students to directly solve the problems of industry because, the industry is till this point a little ahead in terms of the requirement. Now, in that particular scenario, as an industry, this comes back to Dr. Manali also. As an industry, I said, I want 20 people. It was difficult to get people on the mobile technologies in 2002 or 3 when I had my company. So I went to one of these peoples over there, Yashwant Kanetkar for that matter. And I said, why not you train the people for me? The undergraduate people, just train the people for me. Out of those, 50 people, 20 people, I'll make sure that I'll hire. If you give the training as per my requirement. But interestingly, I also said to him that I being from an industry, I can rally around and I can talk to 50 mobile companies to come to that specific batch to hire that specific skill. That was not the kind of a job that was to be done by the college. The industry took over. I said, I want 20 people. I'll make sure the companies like me, they will have to come in and chip in. Believe me, we ran this course for almost like 30 people. At the end of the course, all 30 people I had to hire. I mean, I hired it because the requirement was there. So the point I'm trying to communicate is that when you are trying to recruit people, you are not getting people. On the other hand, as Mr. Mitra was mentioning, we talk about too many people being available. But when we ask for specific skills, I mean, the time has gone, right? That you can't train people for 1.5 years. I mean, by the time you train the people, the technology is obsolete. People are going to change the jobs for 13 times. That's the way the jobs are going to change. And when you structure the program, it becomes very interesting. So in our company also, when the BITS Pilani people came in, because at the end of the day, the industry has to be beneficial also, right? So both have to win the game, not only the single, the college or the industry, both have to win the game. So whenever the BITS Pilani student used to come to us,
we made sure that whichever are the technologies and the products which we want to work, but we cannot give time. But we know this is the intelligent set of people who are there to solve those specific problem. It might give results or not, but at least they will explore and let us know if the things can happen or not. And there is a structure to it because there is a professor over there who makes sure that the people work. He takes continuous reviews. So moment we put this little bit of a structure, little bit of a curation on the side of the colleges also, in terms of the students who want to go to the various themes, one from the technology, other from the management, all other things. I believe that if the college teachers can be little bit relieved, I mean, ask all the principals sitting over here, how much time they can allocate to a professor. Most of the time, they are doing proposals. Most of the time, they are doing projects. Most of the time, they are only being buried into their regular academic job. Do you have free time? Dr. Rath was talking about the budgets. They don't have free time. They don't have budgets. I mean, BITS Pilani did that in a programmatic manner. And that's where the success started happening. Can we put a programmatic approach towards the whole thing? Because if you send people to the industry, students to the industry, I mean, at a second-year level, it's very difficult for them to know what are the problems because they are not equipped with that. So how can we use a programmatic approach in terms of teachers playing the program management role? They're being trained to a certain extent. Of course, with the industry, they have to be trained to a certain extent, but they manage the program. So that the technology, wherever we require the people, we have to come in. We have to come into the college, seed that, make sure that teachers are equipped enough to manage the programs, train 20 people or train 100 people to get 20 people. And if you run this on a systematic basis, I mean, each summer vacation and winter vacation, in the college also, we teach a course which is 60 hours, right? Any course we teach is 60 hours. Why not in the summer and winter vacation, those courses can be implemented in 20 days. We ran a summer winter school for almost like 5,000 students in this area. And 3 hours a day, 20 days, 60 hours, that's sufficient. Why we have to waste for a semester and wait for semester? I mean, those interventions from industry people can be organized inside the academic institution along with your program, whatever is running. So with that, I believe that, moment you make industry responsible for those people whom they want to take, the things will start changing. So I absolutely concur with Dr. Rath in terms of the approach the industries have to take. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful comments. Yes, sir, please.
Hello. I would like to put forth two issues connected with whatever is being discussed. One is that if you want to stitch a shirt, perhaps we may have to purchase a cloth worth 1,500 rupees and maybe stitching charges 1,000 and a shirt will cost us 2,500. If we get a ready-made shirt, it will be available in 500. Now we want ready-made shirt, price of the ready-made shirt, and we are having expectation of tailor-made shirt. Now all industry want the student should be well equipped with whatever technology and knowledge they want in 4 years of engineering only and at the rate of ready-made shirt. Now cost of tailor-made shirt is much more. The another option is take a ready-made shirt worth 500 rupees, give stitching charges of altering it by 1,500 rupees and still it is 2,000, not 2,500. But then cost of altering industry is not ready to pay. And they want that colleges should generate the requirement of industry. Yes, well, colleges generate, suppose 60 students are met just to the specification of industry. Industry conservatively say that we'll pick up the best 5. And whatever 55 are thrown by that, which are having tailor-made size for that particular industry, which is not accepted by other industries, where they will go. So colleges are supposed to make, in general, people competent for that. And again, we cannot give the analogy of a dead thing to the living thing. Students are not shirts. In spite of having a very, very detailed, thorough technical orientation in one domain, people can think of doing, like, for example, a person might have learned BTech from IIT in electronics after choosing maybe going for 5 years from 8th standard, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, IIT, JEE foundation, and again goes into IIT, takes a specific course in electronics for 5 years, 4 years from the IIT of his choice, and then he goes for MBA course and goes for specialization in marketing and finally settles in selling the chocolates. Because see, that is going to give him career. He's a human being. We cannot force him that, okay, we have trained you in this direction, you must continue in that direction. Best way is that what Dr. Rath has said, get him into the job and then give him training, because he's committed to the job first and his aspirations are managed and accommodated in that job. It is worth giving intense training specific to the industry after recruitment only. And industries are not interested in giving additional training to the college student for generic training, because they don't know that these may not be required by us. And whatever is required by us, anyway, we have to give 1.5 year training to them. Then why to spend on generic training? So that is the, conservative approach by industry. That's what I wanted to feel.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Wonderful. Wonderful to see that analogy. This leads me to two things, actually. The first thing that I've discussed with Professor Tiwari during my several interactions with him, it is regarding the setting up of industry leadership boards. And I think IIT Kharagpur has already implemented that. Would you like to talk a little bit about that, sir?
Well, I would just like to say something else before I answer your question. It is true that the students are not industry ready, and that is also industry will say like that, but we say no, they are, because the books, the literature, the training which we give them during practical, we pick up the examples and some of the industry problems, laboratory practices in the lab. Then the summer training of 8 weeks we used to give. I had gone summer, those who have been there, they have gone for summer training. And during the summer training, we were asked to go to an industry and try to learn something. Now, it is definitely true that I will not go to a chemical industry and learn something. I'll go to a tractor industry because my interest is in tractor. And if I am interested in tractor, I will appear for a tractor industry job only. If I am interested in soil and water, we are talking of some of the irrigation industry. If somebody is talking of computer, what has happened is, why the mismatch is more, that people are trained for different branches of engineering. Somebody was talking of core engineering, but all are leading towards 1.5 crore package, and that is there in different. So it will definitely have, I've did civil engineering, somebody has a mining engineering, somebody has geology, somebody has agriculture, somebody has mechanical, something else, but all are put into the same Infosys, same TCS, same IBM, but their requirements are different. So they will have to teach all these people. Definitely they are not ready. The civil engineers were taught not like that. He was given a problem, he did some sort of coding, etc., or some software he used, and then he got a problem of finding out the diameter of the shaft on which so much of loading is there. That's what he has found out. But that doesn't mean that he's ready for IBM. But he is looking for that package. So all 1,800 students who are passing in that year, they are all going to the same big companies. The big companies know that, okay, we'll take top 20 only of IIT Kharagpur, because another 20 will take from IIT Bombay and things like that. Then next company comes, they are talking of something like electronics, somebody is talking of precision agriculture. The electronics people are good at IoT and AI and ML, things like that. So they will pitch in there, but they don't know what is the agriculture part of it. So they have to be trained there. So similarly, agriculture people are taken in the industry where they are now trying to learn agriculture and employ IoT and all that. So the agriculture person has gone, he has some training, but he has to be trained in semiconductors, he has to be trained in the transducers and things like that. So the training has to be given. It cannot happen that you will get everything ready-made, as he rightly said, that true ready-made. So the thing is that you will have to train the person. When you get even for when you go for marriage, there also you look for everything that okay, he's fine, he's educated, blah blah blah, but you also see his culture, because you need to bring into his culture and your daughter's culture. So there has to be some sort of a culturing, and that culturing you go through the rituals, right? So I think that ritual thing has to happen wherever the industries are there, because the requirement of industries are unique in one way, and the people requirement and the studies which they have gone in different ways. Leadership, yes, I do agree that sometimes that's why in some of the industry colleges, it is said that the teachers must go for workshops. 20 days minimum workshop is given, or they should go for training outside. These are the things which are given. So, and people from across the colleges, of course, some of the colleges where there is no money, they are not sent outside, but inside the country, when IIT is conducting a course on, say, artificial intelligence or power electronics, I mean, people from other locations will come and have a 3-week class like this, and they are trained. So they are definitely trained. In fact, we also go to some of the industry and try to see what is there. So the leadership thing that you are talking of, yes, we require that leadership qualities. But I would say that our Jetli is here. We create leaders more out of the class. So that's why 80% of learning which happens, and that is why Google CEO is now Sundar Pichai. He was not taught of that. He was a product manager only, I heard the other day. So, but now he's leading such a big company. How? It is the knowledge which has been taken, not in metallurgy class, what he learned. It is on the gymkhana, on the people in the hostels and the other places. So I think the leadership is already in each of the hostels, in each of the locations at colleges is going on. What we want to formalize is that a better way of only talking that, okay, if you are a manager in this, how will you manage people? And yes, it is talked of, he was talking that they are, see, we have to go back not at IIT or any college, go to the schools. See, somebody was saying in that class 8, 9, 10, he has been prepared for IIT. Now the parents have become so selfish that they want that he has to go into IIT. As he said that electronics, but the fellow is selling shoes. It's quite likely so. So the training has been that he is selfish. So he doesn't want to part with anything. He doesn't want to talk to his classmate or a neighbor. And he's just thinking, no, no, I have to compete. I need not tell. So how will you learn the ways and means to have a camaraderie between friends, which was earlier there? It was not so. Because of the mobile and all that, it has come in such a way that even they are not talking to their parents also. So the leadership, we are talking that it should be separately done, and IIT Kharagpur has done. I would say that leadership is already inbuilt. Only thing, it has to be brought out when you give them the opportunities, either industry or any corporate sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful comments. And again, my comment was more related to industry leadership boards, industry collaborations with the departments, so that there would be cross-pollination between faculty members, and we've already had people from the audience talking about that, cross-pollination of faculty members with industry professionals. I mean, as a faculty member, I would think that my only job is to teach or to write papers or to publish or to do research in which I am interested in. The numbers even from advanced countries, 7.5% of all published papers in material science were on commercial collaboration. The rest of them, they were individual papers, individual research. There has to be a difference between what is relevant for short-term research and what is relevant for long-term thinking. These two things are different. And I think many of our faculty members are being asked to focus or being focused on the long-term thinking rather than short-term quick answers that the industry requires. Okay. And one of the ways that we can possibly do that is through industry leadership boards or industry collaborative boards, with the colleges so that they would have more interaction. Okay. And you were talking about mining department already has something, geology department has, and some of the centers that were developed at IIT Kharagpur, including the Center for Railway Research. Okay, unique because direct application of what is required by the nation, by the industries, is being research being done on those things. Okay, so again, I would like to ask the industry folk to chip in and say a few about how you could collaborate or what forums we could create where such kind of problems could be addressed and find solutions for it. Ish?
Thanks, Professor. I've been eagerly waiting for my. अच्छा, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. तो मैं हिंदी के ऊपर स्विच ओवर कर जाता हूँ. तो कुछ चीजें जो अभी तक मैंने सुनी और मेरे दिमाग में भी चल रही थी. Dr. Tiwari said it very appropriately, though he did not mention it in so many words. हमारी जिंदगी की प्रॉब्लम है कि हमको सब कुछ सर्वगुण संपन्न चाहिए. तो वो बहू हो या दामाद हो या एम्प्लॉय हो, हमको हर चीज सर्वगुण संपन्न होनी चाहिए. उसको डे वन में हर चीज आनी चाहिए. I'll go back to my life. Maybe about say 30 years, 35 years, 30 years back, when I entered into engineering college for the first time, and I was not a very meritorious student. Let me tell all of you, I just scored 49 marks in mathematics in class 12th. So I don't think I was even worthy enough to get into engineering college, but by accident I got into engineering college. And thanks to physics, because in physics I scored 100 out of 100. And entered the engineering college, spoke to, and those days I don't know, maybe still be continuing. We were assigned mentors, and our professors used to be the mentors. So 10 of us were assigned a mentor. I went to my mentor, and the first thing the mentor asked us was, why have you chosen engineering? Okay. तो आप सबने ये इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज क्यों चुना है? वो कोई बोलता है पढ़ने के लिए, कोई बोलता है नहीं है अच्छा लगता है, मेरा इंटरेस्ट है, अच्छी नौकरी मिलेगी, 1.5 करोड़ का पैकेज मिलेगा. दिमाग में बहुत सिंपल फंडा है कि बॉस सबने बोला है इंजीनियरिंग कर लो, नौकरी अच्छी मिलेगी, पैसा अच्छा कमाओगे. आफ्टर दैट, उसके बाद प्रोफेसर साहब का एक बहुत सिंपल सा सेंटेंस था और जो मुझे हमेशा याद रहता है. आप इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में सिर्फ एक चीज करने के लिए आए हैं और इस चीज की गांठ बांध लीजिए. 4 साल अगर आपने इसको फॉलो किया, आप जिंदगी में कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. आई थिंक वन ऑफ द को पैनलिस्ट आल्सो स्पोक अबाउट इट, एंड दैट वाज, यू आर हियर टू लर्न हाउ टू लर्न. दैट्स ऑल. 4 साल में सिर्फ आपको एक ही चीज सीखनी है कि सीखना कैसे है, और कुछ नहीं. Forget about theory, forget about practical. Keep that at the back of your mind. सीखना कैसे है. I'll go to the next step, my management school. And management school में बहुत सिंपल सा, बहुत लोगों के कॉन्सेप्ट होते थे कि वो हम पीपीओ मिलेगा, इंटरव्यू होगा, कैंपस प्लेसमेंट होगा. मुझे there was an objection by someone that being an electrical engineer, I'll go and sell chocolates. So objective, ultimately objective क्या है? The objective of management school was how to take best decisions in the most ambiguous and unknown situations. See, engineering college, tier, I think Aligarh Muslim University, where will you rank? Tier 3, tier 4, or you won't even rank it? Okay, no comments. So you won't even rank it. I did my management education in from IIT, and I believe one of us from IIT, I don't know. Yeah, Dr. Rath. So I would not ask about where would you rank it. So I don't want to embarrass both of us. What helped me as an individual, and this is what I want to express and tell people. 4 years constantly thinking, सीखना कैसे है? 2 years constantly thinking, decision कैसे लेने? Irrespective of the fact whether I was an electrical engineer selling chocolates or I was a civil engineer doing coding, makes no difference to me. This is my 6th industry. I have worked in IT. I've worked in chemical engineering. I've worked in hardcore industrial electronics and electrical. I worked in metallurgy, and now I'm working in ceramics and minerals. And I studied electrical engineering. What has helped me has only this thing: constant learning, keep on learning, and the foundation was laid at that point of time. Why do we get into this debate of collaboration? Because our expectations are very high. I'll again come back to the same thing. सर्वगुण संपन्न चाहिए हमको. 4 साल, 1 साल के अंदर 12 कोर्स, 48, उसमें कुछ थ्योरी कुछ प्रैक्टिकल. उसके बीच में भी हम चाहते हैं कि वो समर्स में इंटर्नशिप भी कर ले और 3 एटलीस्ट 3 इंटर्नशिप कर ले, साथ में कुछ इलेक्टिव कोर्स भी ले ले और कुछ इंडस्ट्री के ओरिएंटेड कोर्सेज भी ले ले. अरे बस बच्चे की जान लोगे क्या? CSR भी करना है और कम्युनिकेशन की ट्रेनिंग भी करनी है. अंग्रेजी भी आनी चाहिए, बहुत अच्छी फर्राटेदार एकदम धमाकेदार अंग्रेजी आनी चाहिए. I travel the world, and at least except United States, except American continent, I think I've been practically there in every part of the world. I get an opportunity to meet some outstanding technocrats, some outstanding people around the world by virtue of my job. In France, people don't speak English. In Germany, they don't speak English. They speak German. One of the fantastic technocrat I interact with in Japan, he doesn't know how many letters are there in English alphabet. He has no clue. The language of communication for us, and we communicate fantastically well. I don't need a translator. So most of the time you may think that I would need a translator. No, I don't need a translator because the language of communication which we use is mathematics. I did score 49 marks, but I think I'm successfully being able to use mathematics as my language of communication with people around the world who do not know English, and I don't know French, German, Japanese, Korean, or Chinese. But we want our students to be fantastic in English. मैनेजमेंट कॉलेज के एडमिशन के लिए वो बेचारे 3-3 डिक्शनरी रट मारते हैं. हम लोग तैयारी करते थे हॉस्टल में, तो एक गेम होता था, 3 डिक्शनरी रखी है, कोई सा भी पेज खोलो, हाथ रखो, उसका मीनिंग पता है या नहीं. आई डोंट नो, आई फील एब्सोल्युटली क्रेजी टुडे. मुझे लगता है कि क्या बेवकूफी थी. व्हाई डिड वी वेस्ट सो मेनी नाइट्स डूइंग ऑल दिस क्रेजी थिंग? वेयर द हेल एम आई यूजिंग इट? नोवेयर. Language is important. English is not. Let's not waste time there. And the language is mathematics. That is what we need to learn. Are we focusing on that? Now, what is that? Yeah. So just I'll come to my last point. What is that what we need to do? We need to set our expectations right. Industry can go to academia and teach, but I'm sorry, You put me in front of 60 students, probably I'll have a nervous breakdown. I won't be able to teach. And a professor should come to industry and work on the machines and learn. No, he's not a cutout for that. That is not his job. His job is to raise the academic standards. But still that collaboration has to happen in some way or the other. How does that collaboration happen? Is whatever are the challenges of industry must be communicated to academia, and academia has to receive it in the true sense for thinking and then using those challenges to train their students to upgrade their skills and challenging them with these problems. They may or may not be able to come out with a solution. And what is that academia has to do is to go back to industry and tell them what latest thinking is happening in academia. VNIT, Professor Padole was mentioning about some 100 research projects. I'm in Nagpur for last 6 years. Sorry to say, I'm not even aware of it. So what is the point having those hundreds of projects being done by academia when the industry doesn't even know this? So problem is with us, and we are finding solution everywhere outside. We need to set our expectations right, marry with the reality, and things would start looking much better. And I go back to my first sentence. Not everything is bad. Just be focused, set your expectations right. They're moving in the right directions. If we try and unnecessarily digress, lose focus, then we are going to be having lots of problems, which we are having today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those words, Ish. I think right now everybody is expecting a cup of chai. So let's take a 5-minute break for chai. Take a 5-minute break for chai? No, please. He just says finish it off. Let's finish it off. Okay, let's finish it off. I think let's yeah. There's a question from behind you, Dipankar. Yeah. Let's do that.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Lieutenant Commander Amit Chaurasia. I'm representing Larsen and Toubro Limited. I think today we had discussed about the gaps which are present between the academia and the industry. I thought it's incumbent upon me that I should share the initiatives which Larsen and Toubro has taken towards bridging this gap. So L&T actually did a very extensive market survey, and they tried to identify as to which all are the areas where we are finding these gaps. So based on that, L&T came out with the findings that there are certain, maybe in the academia, we are learning certain subjects, which as on date might not be very much applicable, or maybe we need to tweak it to suit it to the present requirement. So what L&T did was, we basically brought best of the brains in the academia, and we identified best of the brains which were available in the industry. The two teams came together, and then they basically designed certain courses, keeping in mind AICTE framework, keeping in mind NEP 2020, also keeping in mind the requirements of the future, requirements of the industry, considering the focus of the government, and maybe like the, I would say, infrastructure investment pipeline of the government, the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti project. Considering all these factors, L&T designed its own curriculum for the industry, for the academia. So now there was another one finding which we thought that there is an inclination amongst the students. They are diverting more from the core engineering branches, and they're having more inclination towards softer branches. Similarly, even institutes also, I think many of the institutes, representatives from the academia are here. They would agree that even the institutes are today maybe they are also having an inclination of maybe closing down certain core engineering branches and taking up more of IT branches, maybe AI, IoT, and other such branches. So now what L&T has done is we have designed our courses. We are going and offering these courses to the institutes. And what every course does is that maybe a course would be around 45 hours of duration. So in every course, the student is basically taught a concept, which generally the academia does it better. But the practical application of that concept is taught by our project managers. So our project managers, they interact with the students, they teach the application of that concept in the real life projects. Two, what we do is we offer the students internship opportunities. So like if there's a batch of students, maybe some top performers, we can take them to the project sites, maybe depending upon whatever course they are studying. And they go to the project site and they learn at the site. So this we call it as immersion. So practical immersion, because unless until a student has a hands-on experience, L&T feels he cannot be a very good engineer. So that is with that thought, we have included even immersions also in our courses. Thirdly, what L&T did was, in addition, because ultimately at the end of the day, the student would want placements. So L&T gives a placement opportunity to all students. In addition, since not 100% of the students can be taken by L&T, we are very transparent and we are open in saying so that since L&T has conducted the course, we are training and skilling the students. We have done the assessments and profiled the students. Whatever students are absorbed by L&T, they would be with L&T. Those students who might not have got through with L&T entrance, but they are definitely skilled and they are capable, those students would be available on L&T's skill exchange portal. And other industries, maybe our competitors, maybe the other players from different sectors, they will have an access to this portal and they can pick up the right talent for their requirements. So that is the kind of arrangement which L&T has done. And now I think this, we at least see that this should bridge the gap between the academia and the industry. So I think by the time a student completes his engineering, he would have completed not less than 5 to 6 courses. So these 6 courses would give him a different kind of exposure wherein he would have completed not less than 5 to 6 projects. Every project, I think Dr. Govardhan had mentioned that the student should be given projects based on real life problem statement. So that is what L&T is also doing. We are giving every students projects which are based on real life projects which are going on in L&T. So I think that is the initiative which L&T has taken. And we look forward that this should somewhere or the other address the issue that we have gathered together to address today. Thank you so much, sir.
Amit, wonderful, wonderful initiative from L&T. And I'm sure that, you know, many industries around the country are actually doing things like this, which are not being, not coming forward. When people, they're not coming forward and reporting this as an achievement. And I think this is a really positive thing that's being done. One more, okay?
Benjamin Franklin had rightly remarked, tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I will learn. So I have a question for Professor Tiwari and the educationists here. A recent survey has shown that 70% of students do their upskilling training privately. Supposing they have a new language come up like Python or something. So they learn it privately. Will not the institutions cooperate with these learning places and implement it in their own institutions?
Yeah, no, why not? But the question is, the student doesn't tell that what he's learning. I can tell you in my class, once I was teaching farm machinery design, and I saw that one girl was keeping the book like this and she were preparing for finance. So I went closer to her and said that, बेटी क्या कर रही हो? Sir, मेरा कल एग्जाम है, वो फाइनेंस के मैं कोर्स ले रही हूँ कलकत्ता में जाकर के. So I told that, Arey, why did you join agriculture engineering? You could have joined MSc in economics there or in PG SOM. बोले सर वो हमारे को फादर ने कहा कि नहीं इंजीनियरिंग में ब्रांच में रहना. So I tell you, it's possible, but the students know that if I learn Python, it will be easier for me to get a job in the third year itself, and he will do some work for some of the industries. I can tell you this. He will be doing. There are second year students, there are third year students who are already earning something by learning these things on their own. They do not want to tell. They don't come to the class. Because they know that if I stay learn in the night and I will be learning this, so morning he doesn't come to the class. So if they tell the thing is possible, it's very much possible. I can tell you it is not impossible, but the students feel that now hum batayenge to for me only, or maybe students like that. And the whole 1800 students are there in the first year, and maybe 600 are doing like that. But these 600 are distributed in about 19 departments. So you divide that and you see that these fellows will never come out because others are having the own timetable and they are following these classes. So that's why we will never know that. But when you take a data out from outside, you will find this is true. Yes, I agree with you. I know that. But they will not come out. So this is one of the reasons because which we will not be in a position. Or otherwise, what we should do is, as I said, that instead of other branches of engineering, we should close all the branches and have only computer science. Yes, because if the boy talk to any parent, including you, what do you want? No, my son should read computer science. He's getting computer science in IIT somewhere, or maybe in Jadavpur, or maybe in other college somewhere. But he's getting mining engineering, agriculture engineering, civil engineering at IIT Kharagpur. Chodo nahi, wahi theek rahega. So this, I don't know, it's very true. So this is the thing because he knows that ultimately he has to be a coder, and as he said, that 1.2 crore is the one which he is targeting at. Because he has to put his collar up and say, my son is in Google and he's earning this much. My son is in Intel and he's earning. But the fellow has done metallurgical engineering. So that's he wasted metallurgical engineering. The fellow is going to IAS. So what he has done unnecessary, he did mining engineering, mechanical engineering or civil engineering. Because he's anyway, you would have read 4-year BS or maybe 3-year BSc and gone to IAS. There are many people are there. There is no need. So I think the parents want that. I met a student who was computer science and he was worried always. I said, what is the worry? No, sir, I wanted to read physics. My parents, no, you should take computer science. Otherwise, हमारे बगल वाला computer science पढ़ा था, तो physics में लोग कहें कि rank छुपाया है, गलत rank बताया. Now this is a social problem actually. This is a social problem. I've gone into the deep of this, and that's why I have answered a lot of answers I have for all these practical problems. That's why it's not possible. We know the students are. You go to any IIT and the student is already preparing for some financial course on analytics, and night he's preparing not for the college. He's preparing for all those courses which are coming up. The second year they are earning, third year they are earning, and they are not bothered. So these are the problems because of which things, and they are smarter than us. They have come through JEE 2022 or 2021. If I sit in JEE, I will fail. Right. That's right. So they are far superior fellows. They have a lot of, they can do multitasking. We can't do that multitasking. We were taught physics, chemistry, math. वो हम practice किए, जो कहीं तो गए नहीं किसी ट्यूशन में, और उसके बाद मिला तो जो मिला ले लिए और पढ़ाई करके हम लोग आ गए. जैसे इनने कहा 49 मिला, उसमें सीखने के वही था. One of the teachers, one of in my class, in one of the classes in mathematics class, one student got up and said, "Sir, ये हम अलजेब्रा क्यों पढ़ेंगे? मेरे को तो सर मेडिसिन पढ़ना है." तो टीचर ने कहा कि आई विल टेल यू. टीचर ने कहा, देखो हम जो अलजेब्रा पढ़ा रहे हैं ना, तो fx is equal to ax square plus this. क्या है? जो fx है वो जिंदगी की प्रॉब्लम है. चाहे वो आप मेटलर्जी पढ़ना या डॉक्टरी पढ़ना या इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ना, इधर में जो x1, x2, x3 लिखा हुआ है ना, ये कैसे चूज करोगे, एक पैरामीटर सोच कर तब यहाँ जवाब आएगा. तो जिंदगी में ऐसी प्रॉब्लम आएगी. जब एक वाइफ तुमको ऐसे मिलेगी कि रोज गाली देगी, तो तुम क्या करोगे कि अच्छा कैसा काम करें हम कि ताकि वो कार्य ना. एग्जैक्टली वर्ड हम बोल रहे हैं क्योंकि टीचर ने बोला था हम लोग को स्कूल में. तो हम लोग सोचे अच्छा ऐसे भी होता है क्या. तो हमारा वो कहता मैं कभी शादी नहीं करूंगा. आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू द ट्रूथ. दैट फेलो रिमेंड फॉर लॉन्ग टाइम. हम लोग अरे यार शादी कर लो, वो टीचर की बात छोड़ो. So these are the truth, and that's why you will find data like this. On data you can talk several things, but reality is this. Thank you.
So my one question for Dr. Tiwari. Yeah, sir, I represent one of the vibrant industries association of Nagpur, Butibori MIDC Industries Association. My specific question to you is that how you maintain the connect with the industries association at Kharagpur you must be having, or at Kolkata or various other industries association.
Okay.
Because I was very much surprised.
I got your question.
Just
Let me
like
answer this.
Mr. Garg, let me complete. That VNIT is doing so much research work for whom? Okay, students are doing it. But if there is research work is exhibited to the industries, at least we are in a position to know what research work is going on, and maybe commercial application can be thought of. Similarly, Pandey sir, you have said that you are doing some 350 industries you approached and some improvements you have done. But I don't remember. I am associated with the association from last 20 years, but I don't think your institution has approached our industries association. So this kind of connect and continuity is missing very much. So I want your thoughts how to maintain this.
Right. I think already I have put my thought into practice. In 2020 itself, when I met our faculty colleagues, we said that, friends, in each of the course, if you any course that you are teaching, if you find that there is a practitioner, at least take 3 or 4 classes from him. Maybe online is now it is possible, he need not come. And supposing you have taught some theory, if the person can supplement by giving a lecture on the practice of that, and that our friends are doing. We have said that adjunct professors sort of a position, not necessarily that he should be designated, he can just be contacted by the person concerned and he can take classes and we will pay him about 10,000 rupees per hour. And that we are advocating in each of the subjects, in each of the departments. So that we have done. And also the connect with respect to each department has been said that whomever are the relevant industries, please send your course curriculum. We sent it to them, and the new, after 9 years of course changes, this year we have met, in 2020 itself we have met, that our course is such that it has been vetted by our industry friends in each of the relevant departments. So that we have done. And now through the education, continuing education, we are now having the industries and then whatever the academia that we have learned, we want to learn from both of them to train the society and people like that. Yes. And yes, it is possible. In fact, I agree with him that if you are having so many projects, I think you should get the projects relevant to those industry people. They should be invited. This is one weakness of the academia, that we don't invite the industry people. We think that they are fools. They don't know anything of theory, but they know of practice. So in fact, what I am talking at the end of the day, I have to make that into practice. That's why I personally feel, and I feel that they should be brought and they should be left to that, okay, these are the students. So there are several student programs which happen in IIT Kharagpur. We know that there are tech fest which are happening even in the different departments. Some of the projects, some of the items which are happening through which they are having students from different locations, as well as industry partners who sponsor some of the awards on some of the topics which they give, and they give solution to that. So we are trying to involve in this direction, and I think this is the only way to become Atmanirbhar. You have to take both of them together. And of course, now with the new national education policy, the government is behind this, that yes, please do it. Thank you.
Sir, a small question to Dr. Tiwari. Small question. I mean, with so much of the advent of the technology, and if the lakhs of customers, people implement their know your customers kind of a mechanisms for the banks and, lot many big organizations. In the colleges per se, why it should be so difficult to know your student? If the technologies have been there, if those programs could be implemented, why not we know our students and their flavors? Somebody might be interested in sports or culture, or he might have leadership qualities. He might be interested in only in entrepreneurship. Somebody might be in technology. I mean, do we have those kind of mechanisms in IITs?
Good. I think the mechanism is not there because the student who has come to the college, he is being mentored by his seniors. It is a fact. Now his senior says that देखो पढ़ रहे हो ही ultimately वो वहाँ से job मिलेगा नहीं, job यहाँ से मिलेगा. So ये courses करो. And he tells him one to one, and he tells these are the method, these are the things which are happening in Calcutta, these that you fill up the form, get connection, and go ahead. Now this is happening, and that's why we do not come to know about it. But when some of our teachers are good, in fact, I used to do that. अगर आपको अच्छा नहीं लगता है मेरा class तो मत आना. You do something which you like best, and that way students you say nahi sir aisi baat nahi hai. In fact, this is the class which like, because I used to say that okay, I have kept the engine in front of you, you open the engine, fit it, and then I start the engine. So they said nobody told us. Even mechanical engineering students were not told like that. In fact, I was teaching those. So it is the way our teaching, which we must admit, our teaching is very, very low. I will tell you, because we feel that we are master. But that's not true. We have to go back to the level of the student and then know his psychology and try to teach him. So our teaching is suffer. In fact, each of the IITs, we are thinking how to bring back the real teaching which used to be there when I was taught. The teacher never came with a book. He just came with the fundamentals of things and said, how do we design a hopper? Now, whether the hopper is for mine or hopper is for a big silo or something this, he said that kya hona chahiye. Or then he used to get ideas and वहां से वो एक बना दिए, बना के देखो अब forces देखो कहाँ के आएगा. That is how they used to teach. Now here PPT is there, so I am putting 100 PPT and they say that मैंने 85 दिखा दिया और लड़की को क्या दे दिया, सर वो क्या करें, give the PPT to him. He doesn't have time to see PPT because night में उसको या तो picture देखना है या फिर उसको वो course करना है which is good for him to get the job. That's the reality. That's the reality. Yes. So this is which disconnect is there. And that's why, in fact, the wardens must meet the students at least once a month, the assistant wardens and all that. This is what I have said, that please go and meet these people, talk to them, have chai with them, have lunch with them sometimes. This is what it is. But new friends, we say that it's a waste of time. They feel like this. But I said, no, not waste of time. When you come for promotion, I will ask you this. No, we are keeping. I think the certain things which is missing is even top colleges like this. You go to other places, the boys are relaxed. The boys are not relaxed in IITs or in other places. They have tension. What is the tension? Because the teacher says, "Nahi, assignment karo, we karo, wo karo, so much." I have been telling that please don't force the student. Let them learn, as exactly what he said. Let them learn how to understand the subject or understand the humanity or understand the camaraderie between learning. That's missing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Am I allowed to put a question, sir? Please.
Sure. Okay. Last question before we close the session. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is, first of all, my greetings to the panel and all the gathering. I am Adarsh Sharma. I am from Primus. I'm Executive Assistant to Managing Director. Was just wanted to check the possibility of having one portal, which is a common portal, wherein the companies will put the problem statements. And this portal will be built regionally. So the colleges that for particular that region would participate and allow their students for getting a platform to put their ideas, and then just how the tendering process is done. Like we have GEM portal, we have e-tenders and procure everything. So just like that, if we can bring that into picture, that would be that would expedite the research and development process and put companies and college ahead in time, I guess.
Okay. Yes. Okay. One of the panelists is going to answer you.
Sir, thank you.
बस ये जो पोर्टल वेबसाइट ऐप की जो बीमारी है ना, ये हर चीज का सोल्यूशन नहीं है. अगर आपको प्रॉब्लम है और आप नागपुर में रहते हैं और आपके अंदर ये कॉन्फिडेंस है कि ये मेरी प्रॉब्लम VNIT में सॉल्व हो सकती है, गूगल मैप फिर भी यूज करिए, VNIT का रास्ता ढूंढिए, जाइए और प्रोफेसर से बात करिए. या आप इतने सारे पोर्टल है ना, भर भर करके कम से कम 1000 पोर्टल है इस तरीके के. आप एक क्लिक करिएगा गूगल में, आपको 1000 पोर्टल मिलेंगे. Nobody sees that. Nobody is aware of it. Nobody works on that. If you have intention to solve the problem, take that problem to the place where it will be solved.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Young man, very good idea, but wishful thinking. Please understand, nothing comes free, number one. Number two, if some faculty gives you a solution, it comes at a cost. Portal doesn't work. Step out of your comfort zone, walk in. If a faculty says no, fair enough, go to another college. But do it one-on-one. You will find solutions yourself. Idea अच्छा है, काम नहीं करेगा. Thank you.
I think the idea is good, but the way to implement it is rather to have, as he said, one-on-one connection. How many of the industry folk go back to the college and spend a day talking to different departments? How many of the faculty members go to the industries and talk to them? Don't have to solve their problem, understand their problem, figure out what the issues are. And are we able to teach that to the students? Okay, that this is a problem, this is a field problem. When I was teaching at Kharagpur, the students who were working with me on field problems were the most excited to be in my room or in my class. Those I gave them, arbitrary problem, not interested. They would rather learn Python because that would give them an income source. Okay. And again, as Ish is saying, go talk one-on-one. Okay. Don't expect that apps are going to solve everything. Apps are beautiful for helping you connect. I need this help. Where do I go to connect? Go to that person and then talk to him. Okay.
May I add something to this? Yeah. What I would suggest in this case is every college has got something which was called as a training and placement department. Now it has been wonderfully coined as industry institute interaction. Okay, but it doesn't go beyond training and placement as of now. So I think that forum needs to be multitasking and it can have a continual engagement. So you can go to such department of the desired college and you can report your problem. Maybe they will be able to find who is the faculty who could be the right solution for you.
Yeah.
So matchmaking can happen at the college level, at that industry institute interaction, this forum. But that has to be a working forum, not just a room and a training and placement officer who works only 3 months in a year. So that is what my suggestion would be. Secondly, somebody mentioned about L&T, or even we have somebody sitting from HCL. They can afford, these large companies can afford to get people from say 12th stage or maybe undergrad or grad stage and train them for themselves. But there is a 2/3 sector, which is MSME, which cannot afford to have such facility. So for them, we need to design certain program which industry and institute both have to come forward, be proactive to help each other, because they do not have deep pockets to spend on this, number one. So the same industry institute interaction forum can continuously work for one more dimension. The major sickness, even in and around Nagpur area or Butibori area, you would find there is a 3/4 industries which is closed. There could be processes wrong, there could be material default, or there could be simple hand holding can also solve their problems. So when we have all best of the professors sitting in good colleges, why can't they even guide such industrialists who could be in trouble? And their problems could be found out very easily through such forum. Alumni for every college can act as a bridge for that. This is my simple suggestion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Uday. Devashish, last comment and then we close, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks to all the panelists and the participants. For the young gentleman, I think he was seeking a platform where he can, put up his queries or some awareness for people who are seeking for queries or problems existing in industrial scenario. That may not be a solution platform, but then, there are risks because your work may be known to everyone. So that's another challenge. So whether you will be willing to have that platform or not, It's your call, but it's definitely a good suggestion, very good suggestion.
Very good.
And for discussions that are going on and about industry academia collaboration, I think both of them should join hands. It cannot be that industry should solely take responsibility, or academia should take the responsibility. And also it should be a cyclic, iterative process. So industry should come to academia, which probably in IITs or somewhere we have short-term courses for executives, or training the graduate engineering students who join in the first year to focus on their specializations, which they will be working on industry. So industry identifies a particular academic college or department, sends them for getting skill developed. The similar should be done for both the students as well as the teachers of the academic institutes. They should go to the industry, visit. They may not very obviously find out problems in industry, but they should discuss. So this discussion should continue. So collaboration must be there. So collaboration is a call. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists, for a wonderful discussion. And audience, what a fantastic audience. A big hand for the audience for really participating with the panel. Before I leave the floor for Commander Jetli to read out or list out his thoughts and his recommendations from this panel discussion, I would like to offer a gift to all the panelists, if I may.
I would like to say the second time this gift I'm getting from you. Oh, yeah. You remember that? Yes. Both the books you have given. Yes, thank you. Yeah. I think the design industry. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One final thing before I invite Commander Jetli. We from from the IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation here in Nagpur, we took a decision that instead of offering gifts or mementos to all the panelists and the guests, we would, from the chapter, we would offer 100 saplings to be planted in the nearby Yerla Ashram of Sri Ramchandra Mission. On behalf of the entire workshop, can you show the certificate, please? Can you show that on the big screen? Yeah. So that is the. All right. Put it on this one also. That is what we have done. We're donating 100 trees that will be planted in the Yella Ashram. They will be part of the greening of our Vidarbha region. Thank you very much for all your comments and your assistance. Thank you very much, audience, for your participation. We will we'll have tea after we hear from Commander Jetli. Commander Jetli, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think let's give a big hand for the moderator. He has done a good job. And the worthy panelists who actually, enlightened us, for all of them. And those people who made their beautiful remarks from the audience, उनके लिए भी जरा ताली बजाई जाए. और जो सुन रहे थे, उनके लिए तो जरूर ताली बजनी चाहिए सबके लिए. Okay, now I'll just quickly go through some of the, remarks, the takeaways for the today. There is no doubt that industry can learn a lot from the academia. There is no doubt about that. That's what many of them said. And similarly, the other way also. The academicians also have to learn a lot from the industry. कई बार प्रोफेसर ये सोचते हैं हमको सब कुछ आता है, वो गलत बात है. They have to also learn a lot from them. And remember, industry is profit-making organization. जबकि जो academicians हैं या उनको भी पैसा तो चाहिए, but as an institute, you are not bothered much about the profits. It's mostly non-profit organizations. So definitely many of them made a remark, when it comes to paying the bill, the industry has to, do the needful and make the bill. And time is very, very premium for the industry. उनको आज solution चाहिए, कल solution चाहिए. जबकि प्रोफेसर सोचता है कि मैं रिसर्च करूंगा, देखूंगा, फिर देखेंगे, कोई लड़का ढूंढूंगा, research scholars. So they have to, upgrade themselves to meet the demand of the industry the way they need it. And Professor Tiwari had said, PhDs ke bare mein, less than around 10% are the one which go to the industry and are of any use to the industry, remain in the libraries only. So I think the academia has to wake up and, improve the quality of the PhDs. Industry, has a lot of strengths. Academicians, they do not have some of the strengths. One of them is marketing. Academicians don't know how to market themselves. वो खड़गपुर में भी हम लोग कंसल्टेंसी प्रोजेक्ट्स वाला जब बिड करते हैं, बहुत थोड़ा सा पैसा मांगते हैं इंडस्ट्री से, बहुत थोड़ा सा पैसा. So I think people should start asking a little bit more money from the industry, and because they are going to gain a lot from that. And remember, it is the academic institutions which are the feeder for the industry. They are feeding you the manpower who are going to run your industry. So any investment you do for the academic institutions, it is you who are going to gain in the long run. So do not feel कि यार हम क्यों पैसा waste करें. No, please do invest. It's like investment for you. And the concept of, Madam said, I think, that 7 semester जो है colleges का अगर 8 semester का course है, 7 semester full semester if students spend in the industry, it's a great idea. Let them understand the problems. Let the industry also give them the grading, etc. How this boy has worked. Suppose अगर 10 लड़के एक industry में जाते हैं, they may select only 2 of them. दोनों देख लेंगे एक दूसरे को, लड़का भी देख लेगा, लड़की भी देख लेगी इंडस्ट्री को, और इंडस्ट्री वाले भी उस स्टूडेंट को अच्छी तरह देख लेंगे. They know, okay, yeah, he is good for me. Remaining 8 also they can tell them, grade them that you have these deficiencies, so they can try to improve upon them during the last semester. So they are also industry ready. That was a very good idea. And the feedback from the industry is very, very important. And we have to, work like, collaboration. ईश गर्ग जी ने बड़ा अच्छा बोला, सीखना कैसे है. बहुत बढ़िया इन्होंने बोला अपने सेकंड फेज के क्वेश्चंस में. That was really very right. We keep saying, we have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Because the speed at which technology is changing, आज हम किसी को hire करते हैं तो we have to upgrade him also. कल को नई technology आ जाएगी. So we have to keep upgrading over a period of time. And I think HCL के शैलेंद्र अवाले जी बोल रहे थे कि हमको 12 महीने से 15 महीने तक उसको ट्रेन करना पड़ता है. और कुछ दूसरे स्पीकर्स ने बोला, so what? You have to train it. So what? It's ultimately you are going to gain, which is a fact. And some people said it, the colleges have to actually teach you only how to learn. Uske baad specific job, specific industry, you come and learn those skills which are required for that particular job. Perfectly fine. And there could be some specific courses which are required for specific industries. IBM has got certified courses, Cisco has got certified courses. So we should try that the students do those courses during their 7th and 8th semester and get ready for the industry so that this 12-month or 15-month period can be reduced as much as possible. So plus and minus points sabhi jagah par hain. And some students definitely they have very fancy ideas. Uday Shankar ji ne bola tha कि वो चाहते हैं कि एयर कंडीशन एनवायरनमेंट में ही बैठ करके जॉब किया जाए. इवन सिविल इंजीनियर वांट्स टू जस्ट डू द डिजाइनिंग जॉब इन द एयर कंडीशन एनवायरनमेंट. ही डजंट वांट टू गो आउट जहां पर उसको एकदम धूप में तपना पड़ता है कि कैसे काम चल रहा है. इज नॉट रेडी. देयर आर मेनी प्लेसेस लाइक दैट. एवरीबॉडी वांट्स एयर कंडीशन एनवायरनमेंट व्हिच इज नॉट पॉसिबल. अब मेटलर्जी वाले को वहां पर फाउंड्री में जाना ही पड़ेगा. माइनिंग वाले को नीचे खान के अंदर जाना ही पड़ेगा. पसीना तो आएगा ही आएगा. हर आदमी एयर कंडीशन में नहीं बैठ सकता. पीपल शुड बी वेरी क्लियर अबाउट दैट. Yes, very correct, sir. And one more thing I would like to add from my side is, here the people who are sitting, you know, they say 5% people make things happen, 15% people watch things happening, 80% don't know what the hell is happening. Luckily यहाँ पर वो 5% बैठे हुए हैं who make things happen. Luckily. So इन सब के लिए ताली बजाई जाए. आपने इतना अच्छा बढ़िया डिस्कशन किया आज. It's really great. I'm telling you, it's really great. I am delighted that the people have, you know, gone into really deep root problems and how to, you know, sort those things out. I'm sure things will change if these types of collaboration meetings, collaborative, you know, things keep happening. Things will definitely happen. अगर इंडिया को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनानी है, 4th इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन में सक्सेसफुल होना है, तो जितना हम ज्यादा कोलैबोरेट करेंगे उतना ज्यादा अच्छा होगा. और इसके अलावा कुछ लोगों ने ये बोला था कि इंडस्ट्री शुड टेल एग्जैक्टली व्हाट दे वांट फ्रॉम द कॉलेजेस. उससे थोड़ी आसानी हो जाएगी. और 30% सिलेबस जो इंडस्ट्री रिलेटेड है, you invite the people from the industry to teach them in the colleges as much as possible. This was also mentioned by some of them. And engineers जो हैं, you know, श्रीकांत जी ने बोला था, are trained to be the solution finders. So कहते हैं कि जैसा कि हर बंदे को 2 साल की इंजीनियरिंग होनी चाहिए. That's what you said. And then, you know, समाज की जितनी भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं वो दूर हो जाएंगी. So that's just a view. Many people feel, जो लोग एडवोकेट्स हैं वो कहते हैं हर बंदे को 2 साल का एडवोकेट ही होना चाहिए. जो कंप्यूटर वाला है वो कहता है कंप्यूटर सिखाना चाहिए. तो हर आदमी का अपना अपना व्यू है. Your view is this, fine. But one thing is very clear, that we should not neglect tier 2 and tier 3 colleges. Somebody said IITs alone cannot make India as a 5 trillion economy. बिल्कुल ठीक है. tier 2 और tier 3 colleges के ऊपर पूरा फोकस होना चाहिए. और मैं भी जब इन colleges में जाता हूं, I speak to the students, I tell them, hey guys, you can beat the IITians also. Let me tell you, in the industry within 5 years. पहला जॉब उनको मिलेगा इस लेवल का, there is no doubt आपको इस लेवल का मिलेगा. But within 5 years you can beat the IITians also. IITian को आसमान से नहीं टपके हुए. Let's accept it. At the same time, IIT खड़गपुर के बारे में बहुत कुछ बोला गया. I fully agree. We are the first institute, first IIT of the world. और जैसे कितने लोग IIT खड़गपुर गए हैं, खड़गपुर वालों को हाथ उठाने की जरूरत नहीं है. जो नॉन खड़गपुर वाले हैं और खड़गपुर गए, जरा हाथ उठाइए. नॉन खड़गपुर वाले. तो मींस किसी को मौका नहीं मिला खड़गपुर जाने का. तो पहले तो मैं ये बता दूं आपको, IIT खड़गपुर में जैसे ही आप जाते हैं, आप गए हैं. ओह ग्रेट. अरे आप तो IITian हो गए ना फिर तो. या यू आर IITian ओनली. नहीं, मैं उनकी बात कर रहा हूं जो IITian नहीं है. सो पहली बात, मैं तो आपको वेलकम करता हूं कि प्लीज कम एंड विजिट IIT खड़गपुर. ऑन द मेन बिल्डिंग यू विल सी बहुत बड़ा बड़ा लिखा है, डेडिकेटेड टू द सर्विस ऑफ नेशन. दैट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल कोड, डेडिकेटेड टू द सर्विस ऑफ नेशन. अब ये अलग बात है कि उनमें से बहुत से लोग डेडिकेट नहीं किए और फॉरेन कंट्री में चले गए ग्रीन पास्चर्स के लिए. योगा कौशलम कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, अपने लिए काम कर रहे हैं, बड़ी अच्छी बात है, पैसा कमा रहे हैं, बहुत बढ़िया है. बट डेफिनेटली दोज पीपल हु स्टेड बैक इन इंडिया, स्ट्रगल्ड विद द लाइसेंस राज, करप्शन के बावजूद भी इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचे, मेरा शत शत नमन उन लोगों को. उसी के लिए मैं एक अभी बुक कंपाइल कर रहा हूं, 100 ग्रेट IITians फ्रॉम ऑल द IITs डेडिकेटेड टू द सर्विस ऑफ नेशन, जो हिंदुस्तान में रहे और बहुत बढ़िया काम किया। उनकी 100 लोगों की स्टोरीज आपके दिमाग में कोई हो तो बता दीजिएगा मुझे, मैं उस बुक में ऐड कर दूंगा। द जॉब इज गोइंग ऑन। प्रोफेसर तिवारी साहब ने बोला था सुंदर पिचाई का एग्जांपल देते हुए कि IIT खड़गपुर में अदर देन पढ़ाई लिखाई भी हम काफी कुछ करते हैं, और वो बहुत कुछ करते हैं। लेट मी टेल यू, लीडरशिप के बारे में कहा जाता है कि लीडरशिप के 3 पिलर्स होते हैं। एक होता है कॉम्पिटेंसी, दूसरा होता है कैरेक्टर, तीसरा होता है एंथुजियाज्म। कॉम्पिटेंसी, कैरेक्टर और एंथुजियाज्म। कॉम्पिटेंसी तो जो क्लास में पढ़ाया जाता है वो तो है ही, सभी जगह पढ़ाते हैं, लेकिन एंथुजियाज्म और कैरेक्टर के ऊपर ज्यादा फोकस नहीं होता। एंड लेट मी टेल यू, IIT खड़गपुर में एंथुजियाज्म में तो बहुत ज्यादा फोकस होता है, जबरदस्त। द अमाउंट ऑफ एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज वी हैव इज प्लेंटी, चाहे वो स्पोर्ट्स हो, चाहे वो कल्चर हो, और चाहे वो कैंटीन में बैठ के अड्डा हो। एंड देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ इंटरेक्शन, इंटेलेक्चुअल इंटरेक्शन होता है, जबरदस्त। हम लोग काफी सीखते हैं क्लास से बाहर आने के बाद। और जहां तक करेक्टर का सवाल है, वो पेरेंट्स से आता है, टीचर से आता है। एंड वी हैड सम ऑफ द टॉप क्लास टीचर्स एट खड़गपुर। आई एम श्योर अदर कॉलेजेस आल्सो दे डू हैव वन ऑफ द टॉप क्लास टीचर्स. So they have to come forward, imbibe those spirits in the minds of those people so that they can also build their character. So character, enthusiasm and competency, ये 3 चीजें हैं जो हमारे लीडर्स प्रोड्यूस करेंगी, और उससे हमारा जो भारत है वो एकदम पूरी तरह से जिसको कहते हैं 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी भी बनेगा, और जो हम जिसको बोलते हैं सेल्फ रिलायंस या आत्मनिर्भरता वो भी होगी। और लास्ट सजेशन जो इसी से निकल के आ रहा है, इंस्टीट्यूट में ट्रेनिंग एंड प्लेसमेंट तो प्रोफेसर होता ही है, उसके अलावा हर डिपार्टमेंट में, रिमेंबर, हर डिपार्टमेंट में एक इंडस्ट्री एकेडेमिया कोलैबोरेशन सेल बनाया जाए, जो उस डिपार्टमेंट से रिलेटेड जो इंडस्ट्री है उसके साथ कोलैबोरेट करे। तो ये जो आज का जो हमारा ये इवेंट हुआ है, मैं इसको समझूंगा कि ये एकदम सफल हो गया और इसका फायदा जरूर मिलेगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, everybody. We'll just have a short film about our title sponsor Primus. Unka ek hai. Plus, there is a film on CSR, not CSR, innovation initiatives from IIT Kharagpur. Those 2 films will be playing. Please enjoy the tea and snacks outside also. Thank you very much.
Well, when you make tea, they will not see the film. So either we have tea and then come here.
Oh, we cannot drink tea inside.
No, we'll have tea and after that you run
come back
so that people can see. Like,
thank you, sir.
So nice. Nice.
आधा घंटा में नहीं है ज्यादा ही ज्यादा दूसरी बाइक एक बंदच कर लागला चालू